Jack Wordley. And we'll move online, and comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person, may pertain to matters both on and off the board agenda. The board will also hear public comment during individual action items with comments limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the board as a whole, Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Pam Dar. We do have quite a few people signed in, so the second name, please queue up and be ready. Pam Dar is first. Next up, we have Teddy Craig.
Good afternoon, committee, and thank you for having this meeting. I've been asking for it. I've been rewriting my notes because I want to make sure it's nicer. But I've been putting cheat sheets, bullet points, so I'm going to try to make sure I cover everything. My question is, as a community, I believe most of the community wants to know, is the CARES campus reducing homelessness? How do we measure that? What mechanism is there existing for that? How much money overall has been spent on the CARES campus and the homelessness in this community? I also wonder, why aren't we looking at ways for it to be self-paid? Why aren't we opening up something like a Goodwill, Salvation Army, have people donate products and sell it for profit? Along with that, make a work program. These are ideas that might help take the weight off the taxpayer and give them a purpose in life. Also, how many people are in there from Washoe County? There's a lot of talk about, a lot of people coming from California and surrounding states. So I covered those. We don't have a minute thing, so sorry. I'm used to the minute thing.
Right here.
Oh, you see up there, I thought. Okay, never mind, sorry. Thank you. Safety and health. That's a big one for me. It's all important. But the homeless I see is going more into my area, and it gets addressed, disappears for a while, and comes back. I see homeless on drugs attacking and killing citizens nationwide. I'm concerned. That's why I'm concerned about my safety and others. How do we stay safe? How do we know who's harmless and who's not? And I just wondered, did a local just get killed by a homeless? I don't know, not a lot's being said. What I did hear, I'm wondering if that did happen. So more needs to be released on that. So these are things, and a lot of it has to do with the drug use. So this is an important issue that I think all surrounding areas need to work out. This is a beautiful place to live. Health and safety is priority. I sat on a board for a short time, and that was always number one. So I ask this board to please keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Teddy Craig, followed by Emma Doty. And I do have cards to distribute for Mr. Craig.
Good morning, board. My name is Teddy Craig. I did 22 and a half years in prison. I've been out 5. Now I'm over Catfish Kickstart program, working with inmates as they get out, bless them with jobs and place to stay and all this. I'm doing the best I can. God has really opened up doors for me. I'm here today because I'm down there along the homeless all the time. I mean, like last night we were down, I was kicking with about 12 of them. And I got a solution. The solution is, if we even look at Hubbard Street, Hubbard Way, over by the pepper mill, if our officers and stuff would just have a scam quarter like we run down in P&P, you can put your fingerprint on there and take a picture and give them a warning. You have to leave this area. The next step, if they still in the area, give them a ticket for $250 for still being there. And on this, post up the signs that says no panhandling, no loitering. And then after they come up there the third time, put them in jail for 6 months, because no homeless person want to lose their belongings. They only have a little bit, and they don't want to lose what they've got. So if they're threatened to do this, they're going to do it. I am the whistleblower for the Washoe County Library. I'm also the whistleblower for the white buses that came from California and dropped off 2 loads of people from California. I took off in my personal car and went up to California at the Capitol building and tried to get one of them papers, because you're supposed to give them to the driver when you got on there. I'm the one who went up there and tried to find them and try to catch them. That's the cleanest park I ever seen in my life. You should have seen it. And so I'm here today to ask y'all, please, They got them at PMP. You can put your finger down there. You don't need no thing. And that'll tell, because a lady on Moana got off the expressway and the homeless dude walked her to her car. It scared her. She took off and got into an accident. About a little over a year ago, they arrested a drunk. And come find out he was on America's Most Wanted. Well, we can't do nothing about him being out there, but can we maybe implement this here so that we can make sure that those out there aren't wanted in other states, are murderers out here trying to, because we don't know what's going on. And I thank y'all for y'all time. My name is Teddy Craig. I'm Catfish Kickstart Program, and I work with inmates as they get out of prison. Y'all have a nice day and Merry Christmas to everyone.
Thank you.
Emma Doty, followed by C. McCombs.
Good afternoon. My name is Emma Doty, and I am a student at UNR. In my various involvements on campus, I have seen how students are affected by the same cost of living crisis that drives the homelessness problem. In the most recent civic engagement survey in May 2024, around the last time this body met, 25% of UNR students indicated they had experienced some form of housing insecurity in the previous 6 months. 4% had been literally homeless in that time frame. I am happy to see this body meet today as this crisis deepens, but I fear that work on this issue will remain stagnant if ideas that have already failed are tried again. Today, according to the Shelter Census Dashboard, 98% of shelter beds in Washoe County are full, as they were most days last winter. Yet in spite of this consistent statistic, decisions are made from the assumption that the homeless refuse services and that this makes jailing them the solution to homelessness. This has been tried. And still the factors that make and keep people homeless, now including having a criminal record as a barrier to employment, remain. Hiding the problem where people can't see it is not a solution. It's peekaboo for adults. Last December, 2 homeless members of our community gave public comment to the Reno City Council about their experiences. One had multiple college degrees and was fleeing domestic violence. The other was a veteran with a terminal illness. We can only fix this problem if we start with a wholesale rejection of the chicken and egg logic that homeless people deserve it because only people who deserve it are homeless. Let us know that we are not better for the mere fact of having a place to live. Let us know that not one of us in this room is fully immune to the throes of economic instability, physical and mental illness, and a lack of support from loved ones. Let us see ourselves and every member of our community living on our streets and act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
C. McCombs, followed by Garrett Delp.
Oh, I guess the timer, is it? Oh, there it is.
No.
There.
Good on everyone. My name's C. McCombs. I am a PhD student at UNR. I wanted to give you start with a little personal anecdote. I personally am over about 55% rent burdened. I am in danger of being homeless. And, I have students that I go to school with and my colleagues that are living in their cars right now as PhD students. And I really want you to understand that I am the face of homelessness. This isn't an issue that is a series of abstractions. This is an issue where, you can kind of create an archetype in your head of someone, it's experiencing mental health crisis, whatever. This is an economic issue. We can sit here all day and say that I made maybe 1 or 2 poor decisions. I don't even think that's the case. And I think that's the case for a lot of us. This is something we tried. We got 90% of all grad students across UNR and UNLV to sign on to become part of a union. And what happened? We brought it to entry and they said no. So us getting, the possibility of me making more money as a PhD student isn't going to happen. This is something that we're all struggling with. And so in a response, me and all our friends and a lot of people that you'll hear from today decided to take it in our own hands to feed the homeless, to collect donations. And this is stuff that we're all doing without help from any of you. I think that like this is something that really needs, like the only times that the city or the county interacts with us is to bring us consequences, is to get us in trouble for helping homeless people, is to try to put their name on, the warming center or something that we do as a community to try to help us. You guys are actually acting as a roadblock to our economic success. And this is because there's one solution. It's housing. It's one solution. It's really, really that simple. I promise you. We need to, at some point, have a discussion about reining in these developers, about reining in rent prices. We're all suffering from this. I know that you guys can't go into every job individually and have our bosses give us a raise. It's not what I'm expecting you to do. It's not what I'm saying here. But I know that you guys accept contracts very often for these luxury apartments that nobody's living in. At the same time, the programs that we're starting, giving people food, giving people, like clothes, giving people dignity, whether it's doing mutual aid and stuff, this stuff is actively, and I think you guys know, sending emails to certain people. I think you know who you are when you're talking about, maybe sweeping people that are.
Thank you.
Garrett Delp, followed by Emily Elise.
Hi, my name is Garrett Delp. I feel as though someone that is homeless or unhoused, as I like to call them, is potentially one job, one opportunity, or one blessing away from being on their feet. But the county's main priority seems to be to push the unhoused away or taken into jail for petty crimes. And then you guys wonder why they're still homeless when they get released. It's been my experience that when I didn't see the light to help me find the way out, I stood still. I remained stagnant until I heard about one of the behavior change programs here that is funded by the county. Actually having somewhere to get my life pointed in the right direction helped me tremendously. The thing is that program only has about 70 beds. I feel as though if there were more places similar to said program, the county's problem with our unhoused friends would decrease more than you guys probably think. On a side note, I have a friend who I've known almost my whole life, 20 years to be exact, and who is unhoused out here. And because of all the sweeps that have been happening, I haven't been able to find her anywhere. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who can't find loved ones who they're trying to support and show the way to. This is affecting a lot more than your guys' target population right now. I think what we need is just resources, work programs, housing, and most importantly, some humanity, because they're humans too. They're not bugs that we can just push away or hit with pesticide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emily Elise, followed by Trista Gomez.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emily Elise. Please call me Emil. My pronouns are they, them. I'm genderqueer, and I'm very happy to be here with you. I am also a former homeless services analyst with Washoe County. I was responsible for leading your homelessness point in time count in 2023 and 2024. I graduated with a master's degree in public administration, and I'm currently working for a New York City-based workforce development agency focused on the adult population with a specific focus on our reentry folks. So I left Washoe County because of COC coordinator Katrina Peters and her bullying tactics, which are really well known and well documented. The county commissioners here have received numerous updates from me about this, and have continued to support this person who weaponized my lived experience as a DV survivor in her bullying of me. So I think that you are responsible for that, as she's still employed, as still someone that holds power within homeless services locally. You have to deal with abusive people, even when they're women. Okay? I also just want to echo some of the comments that other folks have made where I really like the adult version of hide and seek. You actually are not going to solve homelessness or solve any of these problems by choosing the route that is the most expensive, which is sweeping folks, pouring money into emergency services or not pouring money into emergency services. It just goes to our PD departments. And you are responsible for the failures of this county not being able to organize and have a robust homelessness response system that is funded by the federal government or other streams. You're completely capable of making those decisions. It is a choice to look outside in your downtown core, look at your neighbors and say, yeah, actually, it is their fault that they're homeless, that they're, in this situation. It's their fault. And I don't want to see them, so lock them up. How dare you? How dare you? Can you imagine someone meeting you with that kind of response at your lowest point? Let's hope you never have to face that. I really don't know what to say to you, but your data is a problem. We need open data sources about not just who is homeless on a specific day, but the longitudinal data. Give us an actual data set that we can work with and make analyses and actually informed policy decisions.
Trista Gomez, followed by Pat Cashell.
I am Trista Gomez. I'm trying to figure out how to get through my comments in 3 minutes. I don't know that it's going to work, but I'm going to focus on one thing first. Obviously, the homeless issue is really complicated. There's a lot of levels. I've worked with this population before. There's a lot of different things that they struggle with and a lot of generational issues. With that being said, we also have the responsibility to keep our open spaces and our common spaces and our public spaces safe for everybody. And so there's not a great solution. But right now, I think we have to protect those spaces so that everybody can use them. And I support that. The one thing I'm going to talk about today, and I hope maybe I can stay till the end, but I'm not sure, is this right here, this 30%. This 30% is something that's long been touted as the most important number. It's the 30%. If you are spending more than 30% on your housing costs, that's considered your rent burdened. I do real estate now. I used to be a social worker, but now I do real estate. And so I've worked on both, ends of this, people looking for housing because they needed it and couldn't find it, people looking for housing because they're buying it, right? So this is the FHA handbook. And when we have people that are looking for housing or like getting a loan, right, their DTI, debt to income ratio, is anywhere between 36 and 45%. That is a normal standard income level for people to be able to buy a house. This is Freddie and Fannie backed. These are national statistics that people use all the time to make a mortgage. The reason why this is really important is because that number does not include additional housing expenses, rents, power, water, these things additional housing expenses that we try to cram into that 30%. This is a long time ago. It was from HUD in 2014, but you're seeing more of this kind of documentation where this 30% number, it's just not reasonable. It's not reasonable because rents are higher because of a lot of things, but they're starting to re-look at this definition. And the reason why this is important is because if we don't keep up with these metrics, that what we're going to do is we're going to end up putting more money than is on the national average, more than these updated metrics, into a problem. So we're going to start to tax people who are young people, are old people, are middle income earners, are low wage earners. They're going to pay more taxes to continue on these sorts of programs when we could be minimizing those metrics and providing more targeted services to the people who really need them.
Thank you.
Pat Cashell, followed by Tara Tran.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Pat Cashell, and I spent nearly 10 years working inside our homeless shelter system, from the old Community Assistance Center on Record Street to the early development of CARES Campus. I want to start with something we don't say enough. We should be proud of how far this community has come. Before Record Street, our system was a soup kitchen on 3rd Street, one meal and back into the cold. Record Street was the next step, but it was far from the solution. Limited security, not enough beds, mold in the showers, one meal a day, and families walking through the same place as adult men. The jurisdictions weren't working together. It was chaotic and fragile. But that effort planted a seed. Thanks in part to my father, Bob Cashel, and his council, who pushed Reno towards its first real attempt at addressing homelessness. The only reason Record Street functioned at all was because of the employees, some serving 10, 15, and 20 years, who showed up with heart and grit. They deserved real credit. I also speak from lived experience. I know homelessness because I lived it. I slept on railroad tracks. I battled meth addiction, depression, and anxiety. I was judged, dismissed, and written off. Later, I ran Record Street for almost a decade. So when I talk about where we came from, it's not theory. I lived it, I survived it, and I worked in it. But that's not where we are anymore. Today, we have the CARES Campus, and everything this community spent years asking for, we built it. Cleanliness, safety, 3 meals a day, warm beds, hot showers, case management, behavioral health services, a closed campus, and separate shelter for women and families at our place. After being away for over 2 years, I toured CARES recently, and I was truly blown away. What this community has built is remarkable. It's something we should all be proud of. That progress came from collaboration: Reno, Sparks, Washoe County, HSA, nonprofit partners, advocates, and the frontline workers who continue to do this sacred work. Now, let me address one misconception head on. Some people claim CARES is too dangerous, too dirty, or unhealthy. But anyone who understands homelessness, anyone who's slept outside, knows that it isn't reality. There's nothing safer, cleaner, or healthier about sleeping in tents, cars, alleys, or on railroad tracks. CARES offers stability, dignity, support, and a real path forward. And yes, we can still always do better, all of us. Leaders, providers, advocates, community members. CARES is not perfect, but it's light years ahead of where we began. So today I'm asking us to do the 2 things: celebrate our progress and stay committed to moving forward together as a community. Helping our fellow humans is sacred work. Compared to the soup line and the railroad tracks where I once slept, what this community has built is extraordinary. Thank you.
Tara Tran, followed by Matthew Wilkie.
Hi, my name is Tara Tran. Thank you for hearing us out today. Thank you for meeting. This is urgent. It's unfortunate that you meet only once a year. And while I am glad to speak to 2 of my city council members as a resident of Reno, Nevada, I am concerned to see that these are the ones that are on this board in particular.
Let's speak to the full.
Speaking to the whole board, yeah, I'm just talking about someone, but I'm speaking to everybody. These 2 city council members have made it explicitly.
Let's just speak to the full board.
I'm talking to you even, or like, yeah, everybody, I'm talking to everybody. Have made it explicit that their interests lie not with the well-being of their constituents, but with allocating limited city resources to fund police and defend the potential profits of developers. One of them in particular sent an email saying that their main concern about the warming center was that people might loiter outside of it at 6 a.m. when they're let out in the cold. And that kind of speaks to the main approach to homelessness that I've seen a lot of my public officials have, is considering people that have nowhere else to go as a blight, as a thing that they have to look at, and not as a horrible thing that people are experiencing. They talk about public safety, but what is public safety? Is it sending entire gangs of police, some of which, as we know now, like the former Reno Police Deputy Chief Thomas Robinson, have their own history of assault and, I mean, he's facing charges of child sex crimes. We're going to send people like that to people that are already terrorized, are already traumatized. And we're going to send a bunch of those people to tear up their stuff. Then we tell them to go find a job, find housing. They're out looking for their wheelchair that was stolen by the police department. They're out there looking for their sleeping bag that was thrown away. It's because they don't want to die of cold that very night. The CARES campus is full. Permanent supportive housing, which I'm so glad to see that the CARES campus is taking on, is the solution forward. Pushing people, sweeping people from one spot to the next every 2 days. Who does that help? And you guys know it doesn't help people, but you just don't want to see them. That's all you care about, because maybe it'll damage the potential, profits of like the potential interests of out-of-state developers. Those people are your constituents. You guys know that, like, those are the people you're supposed to care about. Like, this is me and all of them. Thank you.
Next up, we have Matthew Wilkie, followed by Kessa Lee.
Very good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Matthew Wilkie, for the record. It is shameful that this is the first CHAB meeting since May of 2024. 19 months. If y'all were students, your parents would be arrested for severe truancy and or neglect. 19 months of silence while this crisis has continued to grow louder. The timing feels odd as well. Suddenly meetings resume in time for campaigns, press coverage, and political convenience. The public hasn't seen action, its absence, until the outrage has become too big to ignore. During this silence, encampments have been swept, people have been criminalized due to your ordinance that you have passed at your individual dioceses, which you county reps, that ordinance review that you promised still has not taken place. Lives have been disrupted with no place for anybody to go except for jail, which some of you on this dais have pushed for, zero tolerance of sweeping of the homeless on your own individual boards, to an overcrowded CARES campus where assaults occur, where we know where it's not safe for single women. A friend of mine is facing court charges next week for the unspeakable crime of sleeping by the river after her husband passed away. The homelessness crisis did not pause because this board did. This board must, number one, update its outdated bylaws, add multiple members with lived experience to this board. You guys need to meet at least monthly for the next 6 months to a year to rebuild trust, transparency, and responsibility, and never again go longer than a quarter without meeting. You cannot govern a crisis if you only show up when it's politically comfortable. Update your non-existent in most places on your guys' county website for the CARES campus. If you go on your county 311, it leads to literally nothing. If the pepper mill can tell me in real time that there are 8 spots available on the 3rd floor, you cannot tell me in real time how many beds are at the CARES campus. This is a willpower at this point. The community deserves this board to take homelessness seriously, not seasonally. People living in the streets deserve urgency every single day because their struggle does not disappear when these cameras are off. Do better because this region deserves better. Thank you.
Kessa Lee, followed by Marissa Grimsley.
Hello, my name is Kessa Lee, and I am the Community Engagement Director at Eddy House. Thank you for allowing me a moment to share. Our mission at Eddy House is to provide a safe environment for homeless and at-risk youth to get the life and job skills necessary for sustainable independence. Transitional age youth, young people ages 18 to 24 who experience homelessness, are often called the invisible population because they can more easily hide their housing instability. But we know that they not only exist, but their numbers are increasing. This year, we have already served 556 individuals. And in September, we saw a 70% increase in bed nights from September 2024 and a 95% increase in meals provided from 2024. And so we know that number one reason that youth become homeless is because of violence in their home. And we know that it is 80% more successful if you can get someone housed before the age of 25. But there's a lot of great things happening in our community as well. We just recently opened our Transitional Living Center, TLC 36, and it's already filling up. We have 12 units already filled up, even though it opened about a month ago. And that's providing 36 units of transitional housing for youth in Northern Nevada. The PSH opened at CARES and the warming centers are opening. So I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone who's partnering in this important work of caring for our neighbors who are in need of housing and just a little bit extra help. So thank you for being here and thank you for letting me share.
Thank you.
Marissa Grimsley, followed by Kimberly Koshman.
Hello, my name is Marissa Grimsley. I'm here today to touch on some concerning issues that are going on with the Karma Box Project, their founder, Grant Denton, and other staff. On November 22nd, my husband, Matthew Grimsley, was arrested for assaulting me for the third time. Matthew is the programs manager. He was promoted from Safe Camp Supervisor at the CARES campus quite some time ago. Prior to this DV happening, I had reached out to Grant Denton on Facebook Messenger, very emotional, and I had expressed to him that there was abuse going on. I remember I even asked him, are these the kind of people you want working for Karma Box? I also asked him to please not tell Matthew I reached out. I did attempt to reach out to Grant days later, just upset, not really knowing what to do. I reached out to him believing in his line of work. He may have some guidance to offer or just be support due to his background and experience. Grant basically dismissed me, and he did in fact tell Matthew I was messaging him. That caused me even more turmoil at home. After Matthew had been arrested, I had reached out to Grant about needing brief access to my husband's phone to turn the controls he had set on mine and my children's phone and to remove sensitive content. Grant had assured me I'd be able to do so. At a much later time, I was contacted by Linda Ortega, the Safe Camp supervisor, that they were just going to reset the phone and I couldn't access it. This phone and its contents went through many hands, and the way Karma Box staff went about handling it was very unprofessional. Grant Denton has a history of abusing women in this community. Matthew was just arrested on his third DV charge. I fully believe in second chances, but when the behavior is consistent and still continues, it comes to a point that you really have to look at the bigger picture. These men were and still are dangerous and manipulative. Putting them in powerful positions over vulnerable individuals seems like a recipe for disaster. Did you know that Matthew was hired to work at the Karma Box with an open assault warrant out of Georgia? I did not know that either until November 22nd when an RPD officer brought it to my attention. How is Grant able to prey on women fresh out of rehab with no recourse, especially in a position he's seen as a mentor? Karma Box Project is hiring violent criminals and promoting them regularly and then disguising them to the community as trustworthy people who are there to help. Karma Box is a workplace. I feel the employees they hire need to be held to a higher standard, given the sensitive people they are required to help. It makes me question the other staff that work for the Karma Box Project and if they're safe to be employed in this field. Why do there seem to be no protocols? Why are they still receiving taxpayer grants? Why is Washoe
Kimberly Koshman, followed by Evelyn Grossnick.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Koshman. The last time I stood before some of you was one of the scariest days of my life, turned into a nightmare after I was silenced and somewhat humiliated by most of the women on the Washoe County Commission. Today, I'm not afraid anymore. Today, I stand here with yet another woman who was put in danger by the staff of the man I tried to previously warn you about. It took everything that I had to get up here and speak against a man who had threatened to bury me just weeks prior. Denton was there with his attorney, who had sent me a cease and desist with no further legal action as an attempt to silence me before I even made it to the podium. You see, I don't think he was the only one who knew I'd be speaking that day and came prepared to protect himself at all costs. Around the 46-minute mark of the May 28, 2024 BOC meeting, you'll see my public comment. You'll hear me describe what happens when you try to report Denton to the RPD, as I did. I was talked out of filing a TPO with the warning that he could see it before I'd be granted the TPO, which would be poking the bear. Immediately after my 3 minutes, DA Mary Canderas has a point of order. If you believe you are the victim of a crime, those things should be reported to law enforcement. With words chosen wisely, she cast doubt upon my statement. Did the DA even listen to me speak? Or was there a pre-planned point of order set up to protect elected officials who continue to support funneling taxpayer dollars to Denton, claiming he's a changed man? At that meeting, prior to the promised investigation, Denton was given another $1.3 to $1.8 million in grants. That very robust policy on how to handle harassment the DA spoke of consists of hiring Sandra Kentner to investigate who cashes large paychecks from Washoe County to clear them of liability. Has Kentner ever not sided with the county, ever once? By the time of the investigation, several women and a few men had now come forward, yet none of them were contacted. Instead, perimeters was set up so that Denton and the county could control the narrowing investigative scope. The investigation report acknowledges it was contaminated with employees being forced to call in, but in no time, Denton was walking around claiming to have been exonerated. Exonerated from what? The investigation didn't even touch on the dangerous issues spoken of in the statements emailed to the investigators. I guess the robust policy doesn't include checks and balances for people working as contractors. And when they decide someone has changed, they no longer need background checks or even oversight on their hired felons. 6 incidents of battering women between Denton and his safe camp supervisor, that's charming. While positive changes can be made in sobriety, people are not also miraculously absolved of their anger, manipulation tactics, violence, and repeated patterns. Repeat domestic violence offenders are not good candidates to work with vulnerable populations. You succeeded in silencing several women who spoke out about Denton last year. Here we are, another criminal charge proving these men may not have.
Thank you.
Evelyn Grossnick, followed by Candy Green.
Good afternoon. Evelyn Grossnick, Washoe County Public Defender. I'm here to speak in support of the progress that has already been made towards assisting the more vulnerable people in our community. I've been an attorney with the Public Defender's Office for 12 years. Every day, public defenders see how the jail has become the default response when we fail to provide basic services, especially for people who are homeless. When there's no access to mental health care, substance use treatment, stable housing, or even a safe place to sleep, police are the only responders left to deal with situations that are social and economic issues, not criminal ones. As a result, people who need support end up cycling through the jail on low-level charges like trespassing, loitering, or failing to appear because they have no address or way to get to court. Many individuals who are unhoused and mentally ill are also constantly in and out of our emergency rooms. Locking people up is not cost-effective, and it does not make the community safer. In Washoe County, the cost of a single day in jail can range from $160 to $800, depending on medical and psychiatric needs. In Washoe County, it costs the same amount of money to provide 8 days in a hospital or 4 months in jail as it does to provide 1 year of supportive housing. Many of us have seen the progress that Miami has made since implementing the sequential intercept model. Not only have their crime rates dropped, the statistic that really stood out to me was Miami's unhoused population. That has also decreased significantly. The most recent data point is a point-in-time count from January of 2024 for both communities. In January of 2024, Washoe County's unhoused population was 1,760. Miami-Dade, 3,800. Washoe County has a population of around 500,000. Miami-Dade has a population of almost 3 million. So a metropolitan area that has 6 times the population that we do, warmer weather year-round, and offers more services, only has twice the number of unhoused individuals as we do. From my perspective, the CARES campus and the increased services that have been offered by our communities coming together have brought significant improvements to the unhoused individuals they served and our community as a whole. I remember when the VOA on record used to close in the morning and everyone had to scatter, no matter the weather and no matter their circumstances. At CARES, our clients have a safe, warm, dry place to be, to exist, even during the day. They have a place to lock up belongings. They have access to clean food and water and the ability to take a shower. They have access to case managers, people to get them signed up for benefits, and help with access to medical care and treatment for mental health and substance use issues. I'm not saying it's perfect, it's not, but there is no perfect solution, and surely any solution will be multifaceted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Candy Green, followed by Hawkeye, Burke, and Plank.
Good afternoon. I'm Candy Green. I'm the editor of Senior Rescue Magazine. And I just wanted to say senior abuse is a significant problem throughout the United States. Seniors are being harmed while their family members look the other way, and they're being harmed by their caregivers. Well, it's easy to look the other way because they don't want to take care of their elderly relatives. So, hey, if they're a little abused, how bad is that? I mean, that's really the narrative that's out there. When I look at what's going on at Karma Box, at the Nevada CARES campus and Safe Camp, it concerns me. Are we as a county looking the other way? Are we allowing them to keep working because it's just easier? Because that way the county doesn't have to step up, find a new provider, and do the right thing. I think it's time we do the right thing. Thanks.
Hawkeye, Burke, and Plank, followed by Todd Bradley.
Good afternoon. My name is Hawkeye Buffkin Plank. I am a member of the DSA, and I'm here today in capacity from the Reno Sparks Tenants Union. In our line of it's a volunteer organization, and in our line of advising, we come across a lot of people who are under threat of becoming homeless, and these people are, a month's rent away from being out on the street. And really what I want to talk to you today about is the necessity for a housing first agenda if homelessness is to be actually solved in Reno, Nevada and Sparks. Rent controls and a reduction in the number of vacation properties, rental properties, properties owned by people out of state that are not being used by people living in Reno, along with the development of new properties that cannot be reasonably used to house people due to their increased rent prices and exorbitant rental fees. Those need to be solved in order to actually solve homelessness in Reno, Nevada. Policing and the regular sweeps of homeless camps and displacement of our homeless neighbors is not a serious solution to the homelessness we are experiencing here. And that position should not be considered to be a real solution. Along with that, short-term, money should be diverted into resources, outreach, and social services. Long-term, rent subsidies for homeless people trying to get housed, and along with rent controls are the way to move out of this, and those should be the solutions considered by this board and by our city governments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Bailey, followed by George Ostrazi.
Thank you very much. The county had a presentation by the Nevada Housing Coalition, and it was a great presentation because it had some data in there and I just thought I'd share it with you just as part of the discussion. And it's no surprise. I think this is Nevada state data. It'd be great if they had just Washoe County. But one thing you can see here is 31% is the labor force. So 31% in the state cannot afford housing. So it really shouldn't be any surprise that 29% are seniors. Like that's the same group. They just aged out. That's not a big surprise. Now, when they talked about housing affordability in that presentation, they had Washoe County information. And what's interesting about this is you really don't control anything. None of your governments, none of the organizations you represent control any of these factors. And everyone in the room needs to be aware of that. You can't make promises you can't keep. You don't control fair market value. You don't control what industries are going to be here. You don't control wage levels. The only thing you control is the rate of government inflation. So what we need to do and I know that's not accurate, but you've got to put government employees in this equation so that everyone understands who can afford what. And I'm not sitting here suggesting that a single government employee with kids can afford housing. They clearly can't. But that's the only thing you control. Forget about cutting. I'm not going to go for that. That's impossible. But you do control the rate of government inflation. It is the only thing you control. We need to get our hands around the total cost of government in Washoe County. Not just the county and not just Reno, but the total cost, because this is what affects rents and mortgages. It is a big factor. Student housing, heck, where's Brian Sandoval? Why does UNR charge so much for student housing? Like everyone in the room should understand that. Why? We were told new tech economy, growth economy, billions in education. It did work, kinda. And I agree with Mr. Cashel. We've come a long way. But this year, you're going to have a little more scrutiny. And everybody that comes to the table today and makes their presentation, you're going to get a deep look this year.
George Pastrovi, followed by Precious.
Good afternoon. My name is George Pastrosny. I'm a resident of Washoe County. I came here to get educated and informed, but I think I have a comment I'd like to make and a request for action. And that's specific to, it's my understanding that Washoe County has in existence what's called a community housing trust. However, it's also my understanding that there is no stable, legally activated, permanent basis for funding that. I think given that none of the private-driven housing, proposed housing solutions can realistically address the component of what under HUD standards is called extremely low income housing, that that community housing trust needs to be funded, and that particular segment of the market funded to provide for public housing. It's simply not something that with some degree of public subsidy, private developers can really address. I think that was clear to everybody who attended the ProPublica meeting involving that they can address affordable housing, but not extremely affordable, extremely unaffordable, the lowest tier of HUD-based housing. So I think my request is that this advisory board make a strong recommendation to the government entities to fund permanently a stable and substantial source of income for, I think through the mechanism of the Reno Housing Authority to provide for publicly funded housing for low-income people. And I think that there may still be an issue whether or not the county has the authority to do that. If it doesn't, then we need to get with our elected representatives at the state level and get a BDR to authorize the county to do that. And if in fact it takes a voter referendum to authorize it, I think that if it's sold as a value, that we get good value for spending the money on a permanent source for community housing, then the voter, as myself, will respond affirmatively. I think the value's there. I think that members of the committee, when you analyze the costs and the benefits, recognize the values there. And I strongly urge you to make this strong request to the respective government bodies that you sit on. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last person we have signed in chambers is named Precious, and then we will go to our Zoom caller.
Okay, so I seen you guys last week with my big concern about the public defender's office and the colleagues in STEM. You guys know who STEM is, right? No? Okay, well, because of STEM and the public defender's office, such as Ian Silverberg, my public pretender, who said that he was going to get arrested and fired had we went to jury trial. And I said, why, Silverberg, why would you say such foolish? He said, oh, because I know I didn't do right, and I know I violated your rights. But because of him and Bobby Baker, his colleague, I am now homeless with my child. Because Bobby Baker, who is STEM, Kendra Birchie knows best because she said that we were waiting on him, which is confusing because I was going against a guy named Roberto Contreras, but as like my court case, and then it went to the state of Nevada and then to STEM. But anyway, so because of that and me trying to reach out and do the right thing and have court dates, Bobby Baker, Ian Silverberg's colleague told me that I'll be sorry if I take him to court. And because of that, me and my child is homeless. So what do we do about bullying and like reaching out as far as like to the law and like you guys? Because it's like the more we speak, the less we get heard.
Are you homeless right now, ma'am?
Yes.
We have staff here who can help you. So we'll have them, if you'll go to this gal over here with the laptop.
Yeah, but I don't want to still be mute. I still want the world to see. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want y'all to see and everybody else, you know, like Mr. Steve Handy, I was like seeing his like, you know, YouTube and like he's 30 years in like with the law and everything he said was right. When he was like the DAS office is like fraudulent, like they will make up court papers as they go. I have a whole backpack full of like evidence of Ian Silverberg's colleague, Bobby Baker, like making fake court documents. And I try to like, you know, asked for a meeting with Kate Hackman and Evelyn Grosnick, but they said it's not in their hands, which is crazy because that's their supervisor. So I said, well, who do we talk to?
Right. Okay. And we can also help you with that. We'll help you file a complaint because you can do that.
I'm like, will it go through or?
I don't know all the process, but we can absolutely get that started for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as far as like me making a court date for my rights being violated, how do we go about that if he's blocking the court dates?
We have staff here and they can assist you at the next step.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. My time is up.
And I didn't mean to take your time. If you have more to say, certainly I just want to make sure you knew that we can support
No,
you.
I just say that. Can you guys look more into it? Like, you know, I'm like, not all is good at the public defender's office. I'm like, it's a lot of like fraudulent, like stuff swept under the rug. And I'm like, Ian Silverberg did wonderful. He got my like charge. I had a burglary. He got it down, dropped to like nothing. But then I told him, I said, Silverberg, are we ready to go to jury trial? And he go say, well, if we do that, I'm gonna lose my job. So it's like, you know what you doing. Like, no one's gonna play with you, you know? I'm like, well, Silverberg, well, why would you see what I told him? I said, well, this is your job. This is my freedom. You see what I said? So when 5 o'clock come, you hang up your jacket and still I have to live this life. And see what so I'm like, can you guys like check more into it? Jennifer Raines and Kate Hackman and Evelyn Grossnick. I'm like, it sounds good. But when I told her that's out of my hands. I'm like, really? You Bobby Baker's boss. Okay. So what do you get paid for? To sit here and you see what I'm saying? Can you look alive? Like, you know, and then it's just a lot of them. Then the judges like Has Chief and Birchie, Kate, I think Kendra Birchie, she just told me she was just like, we're waiting on Stam. And I'm like, well, who was Stam? I didn't go against someone named Stam. And then it's like, they don't tell you nothing. Like, and I'm still waiting for my meeting with Chief Kathleen, because I told her, like, I could take you to where it first started, like, you know, like from the root, because it's like, enough is enough.
Thank you. Well, you've got someone to go chat with. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
And Madam Clerk.
Our Zoom caller is Jay Colbert Klossel.
Hello, this is Jay Colbert Classell for the record. It's been some time since I've been before this board. I have completed my Master of Social Work since the last time I presented to you all, I think before the pandemic. And I've been teaching community health work classes across the state. So I'm not going to use my full 3 minutes, but I would like to just ask that you increase the capacity to have community health workers and to do more Medicaid billing for that outreach and follow-up work. Community health workers have more time with clients than a nurse or a social worker. It's billable up to 24 units, which is 12 hours per month without a prior authorization. But in a high needs situation, you can get a prior authorization to bill even above that. I have taken a step back from Reno because I did feel like I was wasting my time a lot of the time. And I hope those changes are underway. And to kind of do my part and try to help with that, I'm offering a special CHW community health worker session that can be done remotely in January and February. Hopefully we'll have some of the Good Neighbors Warming Center volunteers there. And that class does count towards state certification so that someone can become a certified CHW and then bill Medicaid and other grant providers. To find that class, it is on caseplan.org, which is a website we run locally. You know, I'm going to just throw out there that this meeting is needed. It's heavy and it's hard, and I'm sure as an elected official, you don't like being up there and hearing these things and the frustrations that we as a community have had trying to address this issue. But you know, it's part of the job, and you know, please just get thicker skin and get some real work done and work with those who are wanting to actually make it better. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next Zoom caller is Dora Lee Martinez.
Good afternoon, Chair. Are you guys able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon to you and everyone sitting with you. This is Dora Martinez. Sorry I couldn't make it the bus. My dog, well, that's another story. Anyways, Madam Chair, I come to you today and there's a lot of stuff on the table and I'm hardly going to touch those. I want to thank each and every one of you for sitting there and listening to your constituents, and I hope you all take it to heart. That's a lot of stuff to process, and I'm so glad that you guys are back, and hopefully you'll be here for forever, because homelessness is here, and we gotta help people that needs and wants to be helped. It is pretty scary to walk now by myself with my dog, because we come across a lot of homeless folks who would put carts in the sidewalk or throw something, and I can't see, so I just walk away. And I have a German Shepherd. I will not have him attack anyone. So it's not safe. And on one hand, I do understand that they have their life and situation to deal with, and we all got to help each other. But it's pretty scary. I'm here today to talk because I was on the bus, and one of the elderly lady who stays in 3rd and West Washington Street, the Vintage at Washington Station. She has a health issue, and that apartment complex, as you know, is for 55 and older, 60 medium income, AMDI. And she said that there are human feces and urine on the floor, and she has talked to the management office and nobody has done anything about it. And so no one can enjoy their apartment. No one is cleaning it up. And so I'm advocating for her because she's afraid of retaliation. And so I hope that health department or whoever hear this can go and help the elderly folks and people with disability. And thank you so much, Chair Hill. I appreciate you and your colleagues. Have a good day. Happy holidays.
Dora. Thank you.
There don't appear to be any more Zoom callers.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now move to election of the chair and vice chair of the board. This is for possible action. And I'm happy to hear from the board. I see that Mayor Lawson is signing in.
Trying.
I think, do you see the red?
Barely.
There you go.
We replaced these. For the chair, vice chair, because this is just an advisory board, we really have no power here to make anybody do anything. I think that the chair and vice chair should remain with the county. As your staff is involved, our staffs are not involved. So that's my suggestion.
Okay.
Take it or don't.
Commissioner Clark, would you like to be chair?
Thank you. Thank you for asking, and the answer is yes.
All right, wonderful. I'm looking for a motion for Commissioner Clark to be chair.
Well, I'll motion Commissioner Clark to be chair of the CHAB.
All right, I'm looking for a second.
I will second that.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Not seeing any. Do I need to take public comment on this, Madam Clerk? Yes, do we have public comment?
We do.
All right.
Matthew Wilkie.
Okay. All right. No other. All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor for Commissioner Clark to be chair, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. All right. And then a vice chair. Yes.
Go ahead.
I'll motion for Chair Hill to be vice chair on exactly what Mayor Lawson said.
Okay, great. Looking for a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Any public comment on that one, Madam Clerk?
There's none.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And Commissioner Clark, do you want to come in the middle? It's your meeting.
Wow. Do I get to move my name tag also?
Yeah, let's do it.
Thank you. I've got a few comments that I'd like to make and get these on the record. First of all, I think that in the future, when we have these meetings, we need to have our normal setup on the screen so we can see the people's names. Sometimes people mention their names for the record. I don't know how to spell everybody's last name. Can you tell us more about that, Madam Clerk, how we can make this meeting more like our normal commissioner meetings?
The way this agenda was set up was not through Granicus, which is what feeds into Live Manager that gives us the names. So we can work with
Can we change that?
we can work with the Office of the County
So I think
Manager.
it's important to see people's names and understand how they spell them and understand more about the folks. I think we've had some good comments here today. I've taken notes from most all the speakers, but I can't remember all their names because they said it and I didn't spell it correctly. I didn't get it written out quick enough.
We
But
can get those names to you too.
okay, sure. It'd be nice to have them now, but we'll continue on with this. You know, we've got so many things that have taken place here. It's called the Community Homeless Advisory Board. You know, we all have an idea what the homeless folks are, but we also need to take into consideration the whole community. This situation affects every resident of our county, whether they own property, whether they work here, whether they're visitors here. This homeless advisory board is a community homeless advisory board. So I think everyone needs to be involved in this, the business owners, the students, the children, everyone that's involved in this community should be concerned about this. The county's spent a large proportion of our budget for the last several years building the CARES campus. Well, the CARES campus is just a part of what's taking place. Not everyone lives at the CARES campus who's homeless. There's a lot of folks that are living outside the CARES campus. There's a lot of folks living in their cars. There's a lot of folks that need help around here, and we should focus on figuring out a way to help those folks that are down and out. I drove here today. I drove down 4th Street. I saw probably 30 people standing around the entrance of the CARES campus. I saw another 25 or 30 people standing around in the corner of 6th and 4th Street where they come together there, just down from the main area. And these folks apparently need some help, and we need to figure out a better way to do that. You know, we're trying to copy Miami. We're trying to work on this program based on some other counties or other states. This affects everyone, the court system, the sheriff's department, the police department. As I said, this is the whole community, and we need to have lots of folks involved. I'd like to personally see some folks who've lived the experience of homelessness on this board. Some folks from maybe Crossroads. Every time.
Chair, if I may, Michael Large from the District Attorney's Office. This is a public meeting, and pursuant to the open meeting law, we need to stay on agenda. And there is a time for commissioner comments at the end of the meeting.
Very well. Okay, I just wanted to make an opening statement since I'm the chair now, and I had an opportunity to do that. Thank you. So I'm trying to lead the direction where I want to take this and make it something more than what it is. I think it's been lackluster so far when we have months and months and months with no meeting. So we'll get back to the agenda right now, and I'll have plenty to say at the end. Thank you. So we'll move on to our presentation. We have several presentations.
Chair, the next item is number 5, approval of the minutes.
So approval of the minutes from May 13th, 2024. What is that, about 18 months ago, 18 months ago? So we're going to approve those if anybody can remember them. I know we have copies of them, but so it's motion. Yeah, thank you. All right. Second. All right. Let's vote on it.
Aye.
Aye. Very well. It's unanimous, is it? Very well. Moving on to item 6, Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada will make a presentation on the potential impact of federal funding cuts. Marie Baxter, Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada. This is a non-action item. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Baxter.
Good afternoon. It's so lovely to see all of you. Thank you for having me. I did not do a presentation. I'm just going to provide a little bit of context since it has been a while since we've met. Marie Baxter, CEO of Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada, for the record. I wanted to talk, first of all, just briefly about sort of Catholic Charities of Northern Nevada's current role in serving people who are experiencing homelessness. And then in particular, I want to talk about federal funding and how it relates to food insecurity, because there's some very significant changes that began on November 1st that impact our homeless population. So first of all, Catholic Charities, we've been around over 80 years. We're the largest humanitarian service organization. We have had various and different relationships with City of Reno, City of Sparks, Washoe County at different times. Right now, some of the programs that we are offering that really interface with folks, again, who are not just the individuals who are experiencing homelessness that have a connection to the shelter, but certainly that broader audience of people who are homeless or very, very vulnerable to becoming homeless. So the St. Vincent's Dining Room, it's the original soup kitchen, and Pat was referencing it as when it was on 3rd Street. We're serving almost 1,600 meals a day. Currently, we continue to be the provider of all the meals to the CARES campus for lunch and dinner. We do have a small grant coming to us from Washoe County to offset some of the cost of the food for the dinner program, but that continues to be largely funded entirely by Catholic Charities. Our Battle-Born Recovery residences, we have about 84 gentlemen in residence. We just became the only National Alliance of Recovery residence certified program in the state of Nevada. I'm super proud of that. Most of the people who come into our Battle-Born Sober Living program are post-incarceration. Many come out of the shelter or are coming straight off the streets, as well as through, sort of self-selecting in. So really vulnerable population. We have these amazing outcomes. Part of the success of that program is the social enterprise connection with the St. Vincent's Thrift Store. So within 2 to 4 weeks, every single resident of the Battle-Born Recovery residents is working in our thrift stores with peer support specialists working alongside them. They are getting paid. They are paying rent. They are receiving all of their services in their residential environment. It's a subsidized residential program. And we have some pretty amazing long-term outcomes for people who never thought they would find themselves in those situations of now having full-time employment with benefits, and they're getting back on their feet and they're long-term sober. I'm incredibly proud of the outcomes we see in that program. And a lot of them also work in our other departments now. They work in the food pantry, work in the dining room. So our residents are a core part of who we are at Catholic Charities. St. Margaret's Support Services continues to be the largest and only walk-in social work case management service in our community. We can see upwards to about 100 to 200 people a day walking through there. Most of them are seeking some form of rental assistance. These are people that are imminently about to become homeless, most of whom are seniors, have absolutely done everything right in their lives, and are now finding themselves in a space where they're likely going to end up homeless or in some other perilous food insecure situation, not being able to afford their medication, et cetera. We also provide all of the sort of walk-in support for anybody in parole and probation. They're across the street from us. They walk over. We do all the birth certificates and IDs for people that are coming in. We have a full-blown employment career coaching program, financial literacy, but it really is that space where you come in, you meet with our case managers, many of whom are community health workers. And actually our director, Susan's here with me today on St. Margaret's, but it is a space where people can come in and really try to explain what their individual circumstances are, and we'll help them navigate systems and remove barriers. We also have the food pantry and the essentials closet, the largest part of what we do, distribution of food. And then we also provide all the sort of non-food basic items to individuals at CARES, along with Good Shepherds, as well as on our own campus. So anybody that needs a blanket or needs clothing or needs an apartment starter kit because they're leaving the CARES campus, amongst diapers, and we just did a massive formula drive if anybody needs formula for their babies. that's where you go. You come to Catholic Charities because we're a one-stop shop. We also have a really robust volunteer program. We do a ton of work with people who are needing community service hours. TANF volunteers volunteer with us, and now SNAP. So we have a lot of touches with people. And again, there's a continuum when it relates to individuals who are experiencing homelessness, from seniors to families to students to individuals from the university who are leaning in on our food pantries, as well as people that we have that sort of visual of being the unsheltered population in and around the downtown area and across the community. So that's a little bit about our touch with homelessness currently. But what I wanted to share with all of you today, to make sure that you are fully apprised of this information, is the changes that are coming to SNAP. With the One Big Beautiful Bill, HR 1, they accelerated the timeline for the removal of the waivers for able-bodied workers or able-bodied adults without dependents, which there were some waivers that were in place for individuals that allowed them to continue to receive SNAP benefits. And of course, we've all just went through the government shutdown. You probably know more about SNAP now than you ever have in your entire lives, the 94 million people that rely on that subsidy. But the long and short of it is, there are entire populations of people who had waivers who no longer have those waivers. So if they do not volunteer work or in a qualified education program at least 80 hours per month, they will lose their SNAP benefits, and they can only receive them for 90 days within a 3-year period. So there is a tidal wave of individuals who are about to find themselves even more food insecure. That includes every single homeless individual. They no longer have a waiver from working or volunteering. Veterans no longer have a waiver. Foster youth between the ages of 18 and 24 no longer have a waiver. There's also the ages change. So it used to be, if you had a household, if you had a dependent who was 18 years or 17 years and younger, once they turned 18, that has dropped to 14. So now if you have kids between the ages of 14 and 17, you have to be working, volunteering, or going to school. But the one that is most concerning to me is the age has changed for seniors. So it used to be 63 and younger, used to be 54 and younger. Now it is 63 and younger. So people between the ages of 54 and 63 now have to be working, volunteering, or they have to be in some sort of an educational program to maintain their SNAP. Now, there's other caveats for waivers in terms of if they have disabilities or various things. I'm not a SNAP expert. I do not work for the state, but I'm a receiving party when they all show up in my food pantry, in the St. Vincent's dining room, et cetera. And it's every 6 months, they have, every one of these individuals now has to go in and prove this, that they have the proper documentation, the proper work pay stub, the proper volunteer paperwork, which for individuals experiencing homelessness, they have enough trouble keeping up with all of their things for a myriad of reasons. Now we're adding another barrier, like, do you have that letter that showed you volunteered so you can maintain your access to food? So it's a very complex process. So what we're doing at Catholic Charities is trying to make sure people understand this, and that they are meeting with individuals from, it's now the Division of Social Services, Division of Welfare prior, to find out how they are impacted individually. It started on November 1st. In Nevada, they had a little bit of a time frame. So December 1st is when the first reviews are taking place. There was some sort of an injunction in Rhode Island that may push it back to the end of January 31st, but it's coming. So the more we're getting the word out to individuals that are truly qualified to receive SNAP, we can help them maintain those benefits so that they are not also experiencing food insecurity in ways that we just saw in November, how impactful that was. These are people who will lose that for 3 years, not 30 days in a government shutdown, if they don't have the proper documentation. So there's lots of other things that are going on within federal funding. I just wanted to talk about food insecurity in particular today. I know there's some other presentations as it relates to HUD changes that are coming, and some other challenges that we're sort of seeing, but the safety net programs are dramatically shifting. And so we want to make sure that people are aware and that we are referring people back to agencies that can help them navigate these difficult situations that are happening in real time. So that is my presentation for today. Do you have any questions or? Look at that, so thorough. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. We move on to item 8, City of Reno Housing Programs presented by Monica Kirch and City of Reno. Pardon me, skip 7?
Yeah.
Excuse me, that's right. City of Sparks Housing Program presentation, Amy Jones, City of Sparks.
Good afternoon, Chair Clark and members of the board. For the record, my name is Amy Jones, Housing Specialist for the City of Sparks. And I'm before you today to present an update on the City of Sparks housing efforts. The City of Sparks was awarded $2.8 million of Home Needs Nevada Initiative funds under the category of land acquisition, with the requirement that the land be used for the development of affordable housing, serving households earning at or below 60% of the area median income, and it must remain affordable for 30 years minimum. The city did purchase 2 parcels in 2024. First was 2026 I Street, and the second was 306 10th Street. The city released a request for proposal for each of the sites separately, notifying the public the city's desire to transfer the parcels to an affordable housing developer to develop and operate affordable housing on those sites. The Sparks City Council selected the proposal submitted by the Reno Housing Authority for the development of affordable housing on 2026 I Street. The RHA does plan to develop 12 units, studios, and 1 bedrooms, serving households earning 0 to 50% of the area median income. Each unit will have a project-based voucher on the unit to allow residents the opportunity to secure stable housing, regardless of their initial income level. The project will remain affordable for 50 years, and the RHA does anticipate beginning construction sometime between Q3 and Q4 of 2026. The Sparks City Council selected the proposal submitted by the Northern Nevada Community Housing to develop 40 one-bedroom units on the 306 10th Street parcel. These units will serve households earning at or below 60% of the area median income, and it will have a veteran's preference. This project will also remain affordable for 50 years, and they also anticipate starting construction sometime in Q3, Q4 of 2026. AB 396 appropriated $3 million to the City of Sparks for fiscal years 24 and 25 to provide rental assistance. The city did create 2 programs, the Eviction Prevention Program and the Short-Term Senior Rental Assistance Program. The Eviction Prevention Program was designed to prevent households from being evicted due to financial hardship or an emergency. Residents received up to a total of 3 months of assistance. The short-term senior rental assistance was designed to assist elderly households that were unable to pay rent due to rent increases or financial hardship. Households received up to 6 months of rental assistance to allow them time to relocate to a more affordable unit or stabilize from their financial situation. Program eligibility requirements included that households must earn at or below 80% of the area median income for fiscal year 24. That was reduced to 60% for fiscal year 25. They must reside in the City of Sparks with a current lease, must be able to demonstrate financial hardship or emergency, or they must be able to demonstrate that their inability to pay rent or hardship for the short-term senior rental assistance program. The city assisted a total of 600 City of Sparks residents during the duration of the program, and the average amount of assistance paid was approximately $4,500 per household. The city receives an annual appropriation of Community Development Block Grant Funds, or CDBG funds, and allocates funding to the following housing programs. A portion of the city's CDBG Public Service Funds supports the Eddie House's operations of providing supportive services to youth experiencing homelessness. The fiscal year 25-26 funding has been allocated to the new TLC 36 project supporting their case management staff. The city also allocates CDBG funds to Silver State Fair Housing Council, and Silver State Fair Housing Council provides advocacy and training on fair housing rights throughout Washoe County. Finally, CDBG funds support City of Sparks homeowners by providing repairs in their homes related to health and safety concerns. Through our homeowner rehabilitation programs, these repairs may include the repair, replacement of heaters, plumbing, electrical, roofs, windows, or installation of ADA needs such as grab bars or accessibility ramps. The Homeowner Rehabilitation Deferred Loan Program provides a loan up to $25,000 to the homeowner. It is secured by a deed of trust and it is repaid when the homeowner sells the home or no longer resides there. The Homeowner Emergency Repair Grant provides a grant up to $10,000 also for those repairs, and that does not have to be repaid. The city's annual allocation of private activity bond cap for 2025 was approximately $7.4 million in bond cap. The private activity bonds are tax-exempt bonds issued to the state to provide financing benefits for qualified projects or programs. The City of Sparks has historically transferred a portion of its private activity bond cap to the Nevada Housing Division for their homeownership programs and the development of affordable rental housing in Washoe County, as well as to the Nevada Rural Housing Authority to their homeownership programs supporting City of Sparks residents. What's next? The City of Sparks contracted with Eco Northwest to complete a housing affordability audit for the city. A review of the city's existing policies and plans and existing land uses has already been conducted. The new phase of the work will include a financial feasibility analysis for various housing products and recommendations for the city to both advance income restricted housing as well as overall housing for the city. These recommendations will be grouped into direct actions that the city can take, including advocacy actions where the city will need to partner with entities or lobby for legislative change. The final report and presentation is expected to be completed and presented to the Sparks City Council in early 2026. And finally, the city has submitted an application for funding from the Northern Nevada Attainable Housing Account under the local government matching category. Due to city budget deficits, staff are working closely with NHD on potential matching opportunities so the city can take advantage of this funding source to further support the development of affordable housing in the City of Sparks. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions, and I have included my contact information on the screen.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Now we'll move to number 8, City of Reno Housing Programs, presentation by Monica Kirch.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Clark and members of the board. Actually, my name's Elaine Wiseman. I'm a housing manager for the City of Reno Housing and Neighborhood Development. I'll be giving the presentation today. Today, I'm going to provide an overview of our housing development efforts, some programs that we operate, and also incentives for developing affordable housing. And I'm going to include our regional role in addressing homelessness and housing needs. To provide context, here's a brief history of regional housing and homelessness roles historically in our region. From 2004 until November of 2020, City of Reno served as the lead agency for homelessness. So we were the lead agency for all homeless services, shelter operations, continuum of care funding, anything that had to do with homelessness. In early 2020, those conversations began to shift due to the increased need for services, available resources, and really the need for regional collaboration. With Washoe County being the regional provider for social services, it really kind of guided the community discussion that it made sense for the county to transition into homeless services, to really ensure that residents experiencing homelessness have access to essential care and support while they're experiencing homelessness, something that the City of Reno just could not provide. So in November of 2020, an interlocal agreement was executed initiating the transfer of shelter operations and homeless services to Washoe County, including the lead entity role for the continuum of care, which is the homeless funding that comes from our federal agency. This agreement was a critical step in kind of memorializing what each jurisdiction's role would be. And then in September of 2021, the agreement was extended indefinitely and permanently. This slide here provides a visual overview of regional roles. And so it shows the entire spectrum of housing from emergency shelter all the way up to home ownership. And really the roles as of September 2021 that each jurisdiction plays. So right here you see Washoe County is in that deeply subsidized state from emergency shelter through permanent supportive housing. And the cities of Reno and Sparks, although we do have some intentional overlapping there with the permanent supportive housing, really focusing on the affordable rental housing all the way up to home ownership, as Amy Jones mentioned with Sparks' homeowner rehab program. So while regional homeless services and operations transitioned to Washoe County in 2021, the city of Reno continues to address a wide range of homelessness-related community impacts across the city. So this is just from last fiscal year ending June 30th of 2025. The work included responding to nearly 6,000 community-initiated service requests, conducting 148 cleanup operations, and removing over 4,000 yards of debris, which is basically equivalent if you did a line of debris in a row, 34 football fields worth of debris that the city of Reno cleaned up. In fiscal year 25, again, these efforts resulted in $7.4 million in city fiscal impacts, the vast majority supported by our general funds. It reflects extensive staff time across multiple departments, Reno Police Department, Fire Department, our Clean and Safe team, responding to encampments, fires, calls for service cleanups, as well as costs associated with security contracts, equipment, and contributing to supportive programs like our Reno Works program and our rapid rehousing programs, which guide homeless individuals into housing and services. The City Council has also allocated our ARPA funding for citywide outreach contracts with Karma Box and RISE, and they funded efforts to mitigate impacts along the Truckee River. But as I present today, I want to emphasize that our street outreach contracts have concluded. They're done, they're ended, and will not be renewed due to a lack of a dedicated funding source. So obviously this change is already affecting our citywide service delivery, and we just have fewer resources available for the street outreach and other activities that I previously mentioned. Next, I'll briefly highlight the city's key affordable housing initiatives. These are incentives that the city of Reno provides to increase development opportunities and reduce barriers to developing affordable housing. We offer expedited permit reviews for projects serving 60% or below AMI. That includes a dedicated staff member to help developers through the process quickly to get these units online. We have density bonuses up to 80% more units for both affordable housing and infill projects that qualify. We support hotel and motel conversions by allowing them to convert to permanent housing without the current parking requirements. One of my favorite programs is our fee reduction or fee waiver program. The City Council approved this program where we reduce or completely waive building permit fees as well as sewer connection fees for affordable housing projects. And to date, we have to date, we have raised or we have waived over $12 million in fees, which has supported the creation of over 2,200 units of affordable housing that have come online because of that program. We also reduce parking requirements for deed restricted affordable housing. Again, the programs that are deed restricted, we do record a deed against the property to maintain that the property remains affordable for 20 years. And we do have a compliance team under Housing and Neighborhood Development that ensures that it does remain affordable. We help manufactured home parks, mobile and manufactured home parks, zoning flexibility so they can make proportional improvements. And we had a 1,000 homes in 120 days initiative, which deferred fees and created 630 new homes. And finally, we do require affordable housing contributions on our larger developments. So it's almost like a per door fee that the developer agrees to pay. And this goes into a fund, an affordable housing fund, that is managed by the Community Foundation. So obviously, each and of themselves, they're great, but together, these tools really help reduce the barriers that come along with developing affordable housing. So we see the impacts. From fiscal year 21 to 25, because of these incentives, some of them indirect and some of them direct monetary allocations, we have supported the creation of over 4,000 units at 60% and below for affordable housing. So it's pretty phenomenal. Next, I'm going to talk about one of our most effective long-term tools for creating and preserving affordable housing across the region, and that's the Washoe County Home Consortium. This was founded in 1994, and it's a regional partnership to receive and administer federal home funds. So per the federal requirements, the City of Reno serves as the lead agency for the Home Consortium. We operate the full home program for the region. Home funds in our community are historically used for the development of new affordable housing and the rehabilitation of existing affordable housing. It functions as a revolving loan program. So we loan the funds out, and with whatever different, however we can to make those projects pencil. Very low interest rate, some deferred payments for years. However, it is a revolving loan program, and it was established 30 years ago. So as you can imagine, we have quite a portfolio of loans that we are responsible for. We have over 100 properties right now in our portfolio and thousands of units. So the City of Reno has a full underwriting team dedicated to the underwriting of these projects. We have a loan servicing team for payments or payments that may be delinquent. And we have a compliance team to make sure every year, every single property in our portfolio gets monitored for compliance, not only affordability, but habitability, et cetera. So it's a pretty impressive program. And it's across the region. So I broke down here the geographical distribution of new units. Primarily, most of them are in Reno. Sparks has some. And this is just the past 4 years, or 4 fiscal years. And unincorporated Washoe County, who just saw their first affordable housing project. And again, I just want to point out that this is not like the city doesn't pick these projects. The Home Consortium has like 3 different layers of boards that approves these applications. So this is where the developers submit projects, and that's how they're approved. In the fiscal year 21 to 25, the Home Consortium loaned over almost $15 million and supported 2,431 units. So very impressive. The consortium also received home art funds, and we use those for supportive services. We've served over 300 households, mainly victims fleeing domestic violence through the Domestic Violence Resource Center. The City of Reno also administers the region's rental assistance program, especially with the latest passage of AB 475. That statement is true. We did receive the funding for the entire region. However, the numbers that we have represented here are again for that fiscal year 21 to 25. Our rental assistance program served almost 6,700 households and expended $17 million in funding. Again, here's a geographical breakdown just to show that we do serve the region. And I did want to point out something when I was putting these slides together. Of that almost 6,700 households, over 51% of those households are 30% and below AMI. So these are extremely, extremely low income households that if they did not get this assistance, they are technically like at risk of homelessness due to their income amount. So it's just a phenomenal number of households, extremely low income, that we're serving. To strengthen housing stability, the city offers a number of different programs that I'll just go over briefly. Our eviction prevention court is a partnership we have with Reno Justice Court, which is through Washoe County. And it's when an individual or a tenant receives an eviction notice, they go down to the court. If they meet the income requirements and a couple of other things, they are diverted into this specialty court. They then work with the city of Reno, where we pay all of their past due rent. We work with the landlord as well as their fees. And then we partner them with a financial navigator through Opportunity Alliance of Nevada, where they build a budget and they also gain some strategy for some financial stability moving forward. And again, this diverts them from being evicted. This program has been in operation only for a little over a year, and we have served 105 households and dispersed that amount of money up there, almost $73,000. We have a rapid rehousing program, which again is a pilot program. It's about a year old. This is a partnership with Volunteers of America and the Reno Housing Authority. So what it is we identify individuals who are homeless, either literally on the streets or in the shelter, that have income, so Social Security income, a lot of seniors, people with disability, and are on a waiting list for permanent housing through the Housing Authority or another permanent housing entity. So we identify those individuals. They come into the program and they're housed at the Village on Sage, which is ran by Volunteers of America. There, they receive full wraparound services, and they start paying 30% of their income toward the rent. So this is really to kind of get them ready for when they do get that permanent voucher. And then the city of Reno pays the difference in that rent amount. So they pay the 30%, we pay the 70%. They get the wraparound services through VOA, and then their name comes up on the waiting list for Reno Housing Authority to get their voucher, and they move out. So again, it's still fairly new, but it's a super cost-effective program as far as someone being homeless versus that amount, that rent amount, and the wraparound services amount. We have our Reno Works program, which I'll just combine with Reno Works Plus. This has been around for 10 plus years. It is a workforce development program. It's 12 weeks. The participants are homeless, and they come into the program and they work alongside our Parks and Recs department and our building and maintenance and operations. They do beautification projects in our parks while receiving a paycheck. And then on the 2 days while they're not in work, they go through really intensive trainings, financial literacy. They do mock interviews. They go through the Getting Ahead program through Opportunity Alliance. They graduate in 12 weeks, and the majority of them are employed with housing. Last, we did a pilot program a couple years back, senior rental assistance program, where seniors who had a drastic rent increase, we paid the difference of the old rent and the new rent while they stabilized. So keeping the momentum. Oh, nice. So in 2025, September, just a couple months ago, the city of Reno completed a 9-month process where we underwent a deep housing needs assessment, and it was developed in conjunction with a consultant. And essentially, it's has provided us with updated data-driven understanding of our community's housing gaps and priorities. So it is not a plan. It doesn't tell us what to do. It's strictly the data. This is where we're at. And based on these population trends and these income trends, this is where we need to be in 10 years as far as housing goes in order to keep up with the demand. And it's broken down by every income type and housing type, from permanent supportive housing, how many units we're going to need within that 10 years, all the way up to home ownership opportunities for people at 60% AMI. It gets very granular in its data. It's really great information. But what we can do with this information is use it to make our really data-driven, informed decisions, right? And we have very limited resources, and with this data, we can make better decisions on that. All of this data was then put into a dashboard, which is available to the public. All of this is available to the public on our housing page. It's an interactive dashboard where you can go in and you can look at our housing stock, what we have right now, what we need. It will track as we are getting closer to those units that we need, the number, the AMI. You can follow certain projects. You can also find existing affordable housing resources on there as well. And with that, I'm going to play a very short video about the dashboard, really short, and then I would be happy to answer any questions. I think the IT department was going to play the video, but it might not be working. What's that? Okay. Okay. Well, I'll answer any questions. We don't have a video.
I'll look to the board for any questions.
Oh, we have a video.
Top priority for the Reno City Council. Since 2016, home prices have risen 93%, making attainability a challenge. And Reno needs at least 15,000 new homes in the next decade, including 9,000 attainable units. Until now, we lacked clear data on the future housing needs in our community. That's changing. The City of Reno is launching our first ever housing dashboard that shows current and future housing needs in real time. With this tool, you can see how many homes are needed, what types of homes are being built, and how the city is supporting housing for all.
This new dashboard closes the information gap on housing in Northern Nevada. For renters, attainable housing means about $1,250 a month. For homeowners, mortgages range between $2,500 and $3,750. This is for households who make $89,000 a year or less. The good news, we're over halfway there, with over 9,000 homes in the pipeline, but there's still a gap. This dashboard will help our community develop a smarter strategy to meet the need of 6,400 more homes in Reno. It shows key household information, such as household size and composition, and population demographics, such as income levels, renter versus homeowner trends, and housing types, apartments, condos, townhomes, or single-family homes. We are ready to use this data to strengthen our efforts.
The City of Reno has been working on housing for the past decade, and the future is bright, but there's still more work ahead. Advocating for more attainable housing starts with the insights this dashboard provides. Housing needs vary, and our community needs housing at all levels to support everyone who lives and works in the biggest little city. We invite you to check out the new housing dashboard and see where Reno stands.
Any questions from the board?
Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Elaine. I wanted to go back to the homeless fiscal impacts for the city of Reno, and this is more of some information for my colleagues up here. It looks like Reno's spending almost $7.5 million a year on homelessness. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And of that $7.5 million, over 5 is coming from our general fund, 5 million.
That is correct.
Do we get
69%, 5.1 million, yes.
Do we get any reimbursement of that money, or how are we making up that $5 million budget gap?
To my knowledge, we are not getting any reimbursement for those expenditures out of the general fund. I don't know if Cynthia wanted to.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And then on the
Okay.
ARPA, we're not going to see that $1.4 million. Again, that's not reoccurring, right?
That was
That's
one time. That's done. Correct.
So I just want to have an even playing field moving forward. We got our first financial look at our budget for 27. We're about $24 million short going into 27 right now. That could change. But when we look at spending $7.5 million that we're not being able to recoup any costs for that, I want to have a very realistic view of what the future looks like. Is there anything that you see, any grant opportunities coming forward that your office is looking for where we might find $7.5 million?
Well, we're always looking for grant opportunities. The Continuum of Care grant was just, the NOFO was released for that. So I know that we are looking into that. That could possibly help with some street outreach funding, possibly. And I know Cynthia's team is researching that, but we are always on the lookout for grant opportunities. It's just the playing field is just different right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? See no other questions. I have a question. When you talked about assistance for seniors and stabilizing the rental increases, how long is that assistance for, and is there a dollar amount per person for that?
That program, let me get to that slide. That program was several years ago, and that money came from AB 396. So it was a pilot program. We had seniors that were actually living in affordable housing, and the fair market rents had raised them pretty significantly that year. And so the seniors, even though they're in affordable housing, they're still strapped financially, incredibly strapped. And so we had seniors saying, I'm going to be evicted until I can figure this out. So this just served as really a short-term fix to help get them through until they could stabilize. We helped them with several months of the difference in the rent.
Sure, I'm familiar with that type of program. So that's no longer in effect. Is that what you're saying?
Right. It was a pilot program, and when the money ended with AB 396, that was the end of that program.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Now we're moving to 9. Now we're moving to item 9 on the agenda.
Good afternoon. My name is Heidi McHenry. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the Reno Housing Authority. I want to thank you for having me today and giving me the opportunity to share who the Housing Authority is, what it is we do, and give some context on our funding and possibly some issues we may be having with funding. As the largest affordable housing provider in Washoe County, and I'll cover that a little bit in a minute, I do want to share that 2/3 of our participants are seniors or persons with disabilities. So the majority of those that we serve are those that have the greatest need and the most limited flexibility in their income. If I can remember to do slides at the same time. We were created in 1943, which means we've been doing this for over 80 years. We are also a designated moving to work agency. What that means is that HUD has given us the ability to use our federal funding more as a block grant rather than have that specific to each program that they fund. It does give us a little bit more flexibility to do things and think outside of the box with our funding, but it doesn't give us additional funding. The other thing it allows us to do is look at regulations and look at our local community and request waivers to some of those regulations. If something doesn't seem to be working in our community, we can request from HUD a waiver of a regulation or to tweak a regulation a little bit. We do need HUD approval for that. So as I talk a little bit further in this presentation, I'll address some of those things that we do under our MTW flexibility. And if you have any questions on it going forward, happy to answer those either online or offline. So the big picture for the Reno Housing Authority, and one of the reasons why we are the largest affordable housing provider in Washoe County, is our two federally funded traditional housing assistance programs. One being the Housing Choice Voucher Program. RHA currently serves a little over 3,300 Washoe County residents through that voucher program. Those vouchers include our traditional vouchers and also special purpose vouchers. We have VASH vouchers, which are Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing vouchers, separate from our HCVs. We have emergency housing vouchers. Those were vouchers that were allocated specifically to address homelessness. And then we also have foster youth to independence vouchers. Those vouchers were also allocated separately from our HCVs in order to address youth aging out of the foster care system. The other federally funded program that the Housing Authority administers is the Public Housing Program. We currently have 508 units of public housing. You'll see the list of names of those complexes. When I speak about funding, we'll talk a little bit more about how we receive funding from HUD for these two programs and some of the challenges that we're experiencing with that funding, which has driven some of the decision-making that the Housing Authority has made in the recent years to reposition some of our public housing. So in addition to our two federally subsidized programs, we also have other affordable housing. So in addition to administering HUD programs, we also are an affordable housing developer, property manager, and owner. So several complexes, 920 units in total, do not receive federal subsidies. They fall under some other sort of program that allows them to be affordable and the rents set so that they are affordable to those in the community with limited income. So like I said, in addition to our traditional housing assistance programs, we are also an affordable housing developer. And this slide demonstrates some of our recent projects. Those cover both preservation and new construction. So we believe it's just as important to preserve the affordable units that we have and make sure that those are going to be able to continue to provide affordable housing to our community for the next 30 years. We did have a lot of aging public housing stock. That's happening nationwide. So we have repositioned some of our public housing. That includes Silverado Manor and Hawkview Apartments. So you'll see those under the preservation list. We've also, with an influx of funding through the award of Home Means Nevada Initiative funding, have been able to do significant rehab to some of our other public housing sites, including Stead Manor and McGraw Silver Sage Courts. So you'll see the total preservation dollars that have been used for those four sites at $187 million. Under new construction, recently completed Dick Scott Manor and Rail Yard Flats. We're providing brand new affordable units to the community. And we have some upcoming projects as well, including Reno Avenue, I Street, as Amy Jones mentioned, as well as Carville Court, which will be permanent supportive housing, serving those most in need in the community of permanent supportive housing. So I would like to take a moment to talk about how RHA is funded and some of the challenges that we're experiencing. The Housing Choice Voucher, I'm going to focus on our two federally funded programs. Those are the ones we have the least control over. So the Housing Choice Voucher Program is funded in mainly by Housing Assistance Payment Dollars, or HAP. So that funding comes directly from HUD. It's allocated annually, so it's our annual budget authority. That's the amount of money we have to use to subsidize these vouchers that we have. So a lot of times we get asked, how many vouchers do you have? How many can you put on the street? Really, the better question is, what's our budget authority and how many vouchers will that serve? Because just because we have vouchers doesn't mean we get the budget authority to serve all those vouchers. So currently this year, we received a budget authority of roughly 32 million for direct payments to landlords to subsidize through the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Special purpose vouchers, the ones I mentioned, emergency housing vouchers, VASH and FYI, the allocation for that funding comes separate from our HCV because those were appropriated separately based on the special purpose of those vouchers. The challenges that we see, one of them would be the emergency housing choice vouchers, or EHV. When we were allocated 137 EHV vouchers, and those are specifically for homeless individuals. They came with case management. We partnered with our COC to provide case management while we provided the emergency housing voucher. We were told at that time that funding would be allocated through HUD through 2030 for those vouchers. We were informed last year that that funding was running out, and we may or may not have funding through the end of 2026. So what the Housing Authority is doing is going to be absorbing those 137 vouchers into our regular Housing Choice Voucher Program, basically transitioning those clients, understanding that if we don't do that, those clients will be back out on the street. So challenges with that is that's 137 vouchers we didn't anticipate having to absorb into our program and 137 people we can't pull from our waiting list. The other thing that I would like to note is that we do receive an admin fee to administer the voucher program. That admin fee has been prorated since I've been with the Housing Authority. I can't remember the last time we received 100% of our admin fee. And so the Housing Authority, through its other affordable housing projects, has to support administering the program. So what we receive from HUD is not enough to actually administer the program. The Housing Authority has to support these federally funded programs with its own funding. You'll see the same thing in our public housing program as well. So under the public housing program, we receive funding from HUD in the form of an operating subsidy. So because these units are based on, the rent is based on the income of those tenants, as you can guess, when we're serving folks from 0 to 50% of AMI, the tenant rents and the income is based on that, or sorry, the rent is based on their income. The tenant rents we received is not enough to support operating those units. So HUD provides the operating subsidy to us. In FY26, that's roughly 1.2 million to serve 508 units. So as you can see, that's not going to be enough between tenant rents and operating subsidy. So the Housing Authority, again, uses the funding it receives or the cash flow it receives from its other affordable housing to offset the shortfall that we receive for public housing. So as you can see in both federally funded programs, the Housing Authority is having to support itself and those federally funded programs through its other affordable housing. We do historically, both the operating subsidy and capital fund grants, those capital fund grants are allocated annually as well in order to provide large-scale capital improvements to public housing. Operating subsidy has been significantly underfunded since the late 1990s. And capital fund has been significantly underfunded since the early 2000s. So public housing authorities across the nation have been struggling to support their public housing stock with the diminishing funding that it's receiving. And as a result, housing authorities are making the decision to reposition some of their public housing, which basically means you're going to move those units out of the public housing from underneath that umbrella and move it under the voucher program. HUD allows housing authorities to do that and has actively encouraged housing authorities to do that, given the historic significant underfunding of the public housing program. So when you see housing authorities and specifically RHA doing repositioning or other things we call it is preserving our public housing, Silverado Manor, Hawkview, and we'll be doing ultimately all of our public housing sites eventually, moving those out of the public housing program because that program is just not funded in order to support those units. And they're valuable units in the community and we want to make sure they stay viable. The other thing I want to touch on today is really RHA's partnerships. So in addition to the 2 federally funded programs that we provide and our other affordable housing that we provide, we also value the partnerships we have in the community and our ability to provide assistance where we can. Some of this assistance is made available because of our moving to work designation and our ability to block grant that federal funding that we get. But to cover some of those things, we've designated the partnerships that we have that address specifically homelessness, others that address affordable housing, and then some proposed things we have coming in the future. So first, I'd like to talk about tenancy support. We have, as Elaine Wiseman mentioned, partnered with the City of Reno for their rapid rehousing pilot program. We have provided $70,000 between 2024 and 2025 to help offset the cost of that service coordinator that's helping those clients get their long-term housing. We've also been partnering with Washoe County Housing and Homeless Services, provided a $150,000 grant between 24 and 25 to help support tenancy supports for our emergency housing voucher clients as well. In addition, we've been partnering with Washoe County with the Welcome Home Washoe program. That's an exciting program that hopefully will help our service providers in the community identify available units in real time in order to get our homeless clients housed as quickly as possible. Housing search is extremely difficult if there isn't a centralized database. And so RHA purchased the software in order to get this going, and in partnership with Washoe County is launching Welcome Home Washoe, which should help identify active units in real time for our case managers who are working with homeless clients. In addition, through our MTW demonstration, we are able to provide Eddy House with shallow subsidies for their emergency and transitional housing beds. Between 2021 and 2024, that's been almost $420,000. We've increased that recently. Just this last year, we were subsidizing 40 beds and we're going up to 80 beds. With the expansion of the transitional housing beds, we felt it was important to really support this population that our traditional programs typically don't reach. In addition, we receive funding through the Nevada Housing Division for our homeless prevention program. That provides motel assistance for our partnering agencies who are working with clients who are maybe in a little gap. They've got a unit identified, but they're living in their car. The unit's not going to be ready for a month. We can provide motel assistance so that person can no longer have to live in their car for that month before their unit is actually ready. The other thing that we've done through our moving to work designation is provide direct referral to RHA's wait lists for transitional housing clients. Understanding that as transitional housing clients move out of that program, and those programs are time limited, understanding that finding permanent housing after that is vital to keep everything that's been done, the work that's been done for that 6, 9, 12 months prior in transitional housing, getting them permanent housing so that they're able to stay stable and no longer go back out onto the street and return that cycle. So we provide a direct referral to RHA waitlists for those providers of transitional housing. Regarding affordable housing, the Housing Authority did grant $1.7 million to Nevada Youth Empowerment Program for their GenDen development project. It's an exciting project that's going to partner and have both seniors as well as youth aging out of the foster care system residing in the same complex and providing that intergenerational really support to each group. We also are working towards our Ready to Rent program, which is a certification for renters that will hopefully increase tenancy success. We also do see that as clients get housing, maintaining that housing is vital, and being a good renter is vital in maintaining the housing. And so the Ready to Rent program will be administered to our clients who are coming off of the wait list to basically provide a class to teach how to be a good tenant so that they can maintain their long-term housing. We also are partnering with Washoe County to administer the funding that the county has provided for the lease to locals up at Incline Village in Crystal Bay. We partnered with the City of Sparks in order to administer their emergency rental assistance and senior assistance program funding. We also provide project-based vouchers that support affordable housing development, typically when a developer is using tax credits to develop. And we also participate with the VA and have a great partnership with them regarding their VA surge events, trying to house homeless veterans same day. Things that are coming in the future, understanding that COC is seeing some funding challenges as well. We hope to be able to provide some support through our MTW flexibility to help maybe offset some of the loss that we're seeing through what we've seen with the current NOFA. And hopefully we can try and coordinate within the community so that we don't lose as much as we stand to lose. Permanent supportive housing unit development, again, Carville Court. We've heard the call and we know that permanent supportive housing is the type of housing that we're missing most in this community. It serves our clients with the greatest need with chronic illnesses that need that permanent supportive housing for long term. So permanent supportive housing development is a priority for RHA. And then we're also, as a moving to work agency, looking at strategically some programs that may be able to help expand opportunities for low-income families. One of those is our direct rental assistance program. We're partnering with New York University to do a study on direct rental assistance. That means not paying that subsidy directly to the landlord, but paying it to the client to give them more choice, less interaction with the landlord and the housing authority, and hopefully increase opportunities and the ability for them to lease. So the housing authority is always looking for partnerships, always looking for ways that we can help, trying to leverage our moving to work demonstration capacity in order to fill needs in the community that we're seeing on a daily basis.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
You
Can
bet.
Go back to the COC. Is that going to affect you guys?
So the
from 90% to 30% per permanent supportive housing?
No, it's not directly going to affect us. It's going to affect the community, which ultimately affects us, but we aren't COC funded, so that won't. But I think we see a need where we're going to have some issues with that. And if we can help fill the gap that we're going to lose, that's what we want to try and do.
That's, just found out about that fun fact yesterday.
Yeah, yes.
Potential to put 100 people on the streets.
It's a challenging situation, yeah. So we've been discussing opportunities, finding ways. I think we're going to have some meetings to figure out if there's things that we can help kind of offset that in some ways. So we did have in the interest of time, I'm going to forego this video, but it was a great feel-good video. So just know it can be distributed and you can have a feel-good moment later. But right now, I will take any questions if you have any. I actually didn't cover really, and I should cover it really quickly. The federal funding through HUD, at this point, we don't have a lot of answers. We have funding through the end of January. It's basically flat funding with continuing resolution. What we saw prior to the government shutdown were 3 very different proposals for HUD funding between the president's skinny budget, the House budget, and the Senate budget. So we really don't have any idea what's going to happen funding wise. They were all very vastly different, lots of different structures being thrown out. The Senate's budget was the closest to what we've seen in the past. So we would like to see something like that continue on through. But at this point, we're just going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you for your work in the community and continually having to pivot. I know it's tough, but you're doing really great work and you're a great partner to the county. So thank you so much for doing that. And we want to support you where we can. We're limited on where we can raise revenues in this county because the state restricts us, but there are 2 paths that the community could come together if we wanted to raise revenues that are allowed in state law today. There's a voter initiative we could do for an increase in sales tax, which could help with housing. There's also a governmental service tax that the county could enact, or we could also, I think it's just the county. I don't think that's a voter initiative. But so it may be something that we need to talk about when we're looking at literally tossing currently housed people on the street.
Yeah, it's a supply and demand issue. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we just have limited resources. We're doing everything we can to support and keep things the way they're going, but I think we're going to have to get creative.
And
for
I
sure.
think we should all go to the state together and demand some more support for this is really tough. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you. We appreciate our partnerships.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
We'll move on to item 10. Presentation, an update on the Good Neighbors Warming Center program, Ben Castro.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members, county staff. My name is Benjamin Castro. For the record, I am the executive director of the Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality. I'll have some of my colleagues join me here shortly when they get here, or I think they're stretching their legs. Lily Barron from Hampton House Garden, who also serves as the harm reduction coordinator through RISE, and Ilya Bartman from Laundry to the People. Couldn't have organized the warming center last year or this year without them. Okay, there we are. Thank you. So this year's report, we're actually just reporting on last year's statistics, and we'll talk briefly about the ongoing warming center that went live about 2 weeks ago. I do think it's important to mention all the faith community members that are listed there, along with all the mutual aid members, community members. And this year, I'm actually excited to announce that we have more support from Washoe County Human Services Agency. Commissioner Clark, I'd like to thank your support through Laundry to the People. And anybody else I'm missing, I apologize, but it does take a community to make this work. So warming center began in, hey, Elliot. Do you want to take this one or do you want me to keep going? Keep going. So warming center began in 2024. For those who are unfamiliar, of the interfaith unhoused vigil that happens every January to commemorate our fallen brothers and sisters that have passed away too early. Throughout the years with the downtown churches, we'd always talked about getting more involved. Super excited that in 2024, via Night Off the Streets, similar to the knots that they have in Carson City, we were able to start one here in Reno, Nevada. And at this point, I'll let all the heavy lifters actually do the talking, so I'll pass that along.
Hi, my name's Lily Barron, for the record, and I'm with Ilya Botman, and we kind of started this. I want to just emphasize that we are the only presentation that is not a government agency. We're not, this started as just community members together, kind of trying different things and running into walls. We've done ad hoc motel programs where we do community funding to get people into motels. We've gone to people that are, under tarps to make sure that they're alive in the middle of the night, giving them hot food and water, all sorts of different things, pre and post cares. I would like to just go back to where we started 18 months ago. We came to this body and to all of the other bodies, county and citywide, asking for a winter preparedness plan. We do have emergency shelter plans. We have them for fire. I saw it set up and no one used them. The remarkable setup that we did in City of Reno's recreational centers for the last fire at Cullen is exactly what could be done for a warming center, and that is exactly what we asked for, and it did not happen. We do have a plan for this, and freezing due to the elements is an emergency. We should have this plan for all of your constituents, not just people that are housed, and you do have a plan to do this. So it's just really important for us to stress that this is something that we had to do as citizens that make way below the $89,000 a year range, by the way, to figure this out together. Many of us live in these neighborhoods. These are our neighbors. They live outside of our homes. We are delivering food that we make to them. We have direct impact Many of us have experienced food and housing insecurity. We're directly impacted people who do something that you have a plan for on our own because we are so exhausted by having to encounter these really harsh realities in our day-to-day lives. We don't get to remove ourselves from these neighborhoods or anything like that. We want to see better as a community. But the good news is Reno and Washoe County has so many incredible members and community members that want to help and get involved. And if we could use meetings like this to troubleshoot with each other, to share our information that is evidence-based and use your all other services that you may have to try to connect some of these dots, that we could really be getting people off of the streets way faster. And we saw that last year in under $25,000 with absolutely no government involvement at all. So this year, that is slightly different. We have increased some of the services. We've doubled the amount of time that we're offering the warming center, but just really important to emphasize that this is a community effort that that is none of our jobs. We do not get paid to do any of these things. So that is where the warming center came up. We asked for this warming center for the last 5 years steadily, to county, to city, and finally just decided to do it ourselves. So I think that the beauty in doing it ourselves is that we proved that it does work, and we were able to reach people that were not being responsive to other options that were available. We did not have to do any interactions or calls to service. This was much cheaper. And I know that the fiscal note is really important, and this is something we've talked about again for the last 5 years. Every time we meet about this, so you've heard it all before, but I just want to note there is a very clear strategy to save the money that you're looking to save within the city that you're spending. The amount that you're spending on fencing and architecture that is anti-homeless and police force interactions and displacements, that amount of money has been proved time and time again by public health authorities, by HUD, to not be the most effective use of funds. It does not work. And it's not about everyone's opinion and what you think it should be. The actual stats are that continuing to displace people using law enforcement does not get them into housing. In fact, in New York, there was an audit by the comptroller. 90 of 2,308 people that were forcibly removed remained for only 1 day, and 3 obtained housing. We don't have that information. A lot of the information and data that we see that's presented to us aren't very useful to kind of get to what the root of the problem is. It's wonderful to hear about all the things we're offering, but if we want to solve a problem, we have to talk about it. We can't talk about everything that we're doing around it or all of the great things that we're doing. We have to talk about what are the problems and how are we going to really fix them. And forcibly removing people just doesn't do it. And we've seen it time and time again. And that's why we're looking at what we're looking at now, with no more ARPA funds, with questionable HUD future, with city budgets that are over $20 million over. This is how we got in this position. And I did not want to be right about this, but we've been saying this for 5 years. We compromise personal safety. You erode public trust so that when these people do have an interaction with someone who might be more skilled, even if they are a social worker, they no longer feel safe. And so that's what's causing multiple calls to service for people that are resulting in nothing. It destroys autonomy and community with peers. Public health workers have a hard time addressing HIV, Hep C management, chronic illnesses when people are often displaced. And then, a criminal record also pretty much stops any person's chance of housing and employment in its tracks. And that's what we're seeing now, is almost every single person has a criminal record, and we've spent a lot of money on it. And so I would just like for us to be able to, instead of pointing the finger, it would be really nice now that we're 18 months later to just use evidence and be fiscally responsible and use the things that work and not what we think we should do. There are methods that do work, and it is not building fences, and it is not displacing people and using law enforcement. That's just not what works in any state, in any country, in any city. And it's time to get serious about it or admit that that's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to solve the problem. So I just wanted to add that before before we start about this, because it's not a mystery. We need to stop acting like it's a mystery. There's data. We have it. You know it. We know it. Let's use it. So we got together with the downtown faith leaders, the Reno First United Methodist Church, the Good Faith Lutheran Church, St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Church, and the Episcopal Church, as well as RISE providing insurance and skilled staff to staff members. And then these mutual aid groups, you've heard from them also for the last 5 years. That's why this all kind of comes together, and it shows how if we would have also had government intervention, how much more we could have done. In fact, if we had this model for every different kind of group, like single men, like people with pets, like couples, we would have probably no people sleeping outside tonight. And it's very possible. You have the facilities, you have the money, we can do it today. Hampton House Garden is a mutual aid program that I run where we provide food support, over 1,000 meals a week. At zero cost to me other than an energy bill. It's mainly organic food from local restaurants, food from different families, etc. And I have never seen more food than when SNAP got cut, actually. I've never seen more eggs than what I've seen this year. And so it is important to also note that food recovery and food waste is also often how we are feeding our neighbors. Ileana, you talk about laundry too and family soup.
Ilya Arberman for the record. Just quick rundown of the other groups, Laundry to the People. And I think Ben mentioned we are currently using some county money that we're super appreciative of to keep the program going this year. Family Soup, and Laundry to the People does free laundry. Right now, actually at 2 locations. So we opened a new location. We're operating out of Champion Laundromat on South Wells, and now there's a second location that operates out of Mega Wash Laundry across from Paradise Park, which is technically Sparks, I think. Family Soup Mutual Aid, who you guys are probably familiar with, it does a huge distribution every Tuesday of food and other supplies. The Harm Reduction Alliance, which does Narcan and other harm reduction distros, and then Reno Hearts U, which is a little bit more of like an ad hoc coalition. Just when there's needs, they usually kind of are activated to meet them. We had, some counts put it at like 700 volunteers. That includes people from those groups, but it also includes all kinds of people of all ages, all walks of life, not just from the faith communities. They were involved in different capacities. Some people did overnight shifts last year. Some people helped with laundry. Some people did transport. And also Holland Project was very helpful because they lent us the use of their van for transport. And obviously Mary from City of Reno, who has been doing outreach now for a few years, was very helpful just in connecting us with people and connecting people to the warming center, which is another piece of the puzzle. Does the same work? This presentation, by the way, did you mention, Ben?
It was last year.
Yeah. Last year's presentation, right? So some of the data here we know is we're in the middle of the warming center, right? We're at about month 1. So we didn't really have time to make a brand new one because we don't have all the data yet. So bear in mind, this is all about last year where, usually how these things go is second year, obviously the numbers kind of change and go up a little bit. But obviously the main thing here that's CHAB and county relevant is the question always comes up about CARES, and specifically the reason that we picked this population, right? Because the warming center is open to single women and families only, right? So this was a targeted population that for a few reasons, right, we wanted to provide a space for them. And one of the main reasons was because that is the population that generally speaking feels the most unsafe at CARES. Without getting into it, because, right, it's a long conversation of what safety means. The fact of the matter is it doesn't really matter how many security guards or what the procedures are for checking people's bags. Women in this community, right, and in this culture and in this world are often just going to feel not that safe around, large groups of people, especially women who might be fleeing DV situations or who have had, like a lot of the women on the street have had sexual assault in their history, right? That is just not a place they're going to go, period. So it's not necessarily an indictment of CARES, but it is a commentary on the model of large scale shelter, right? Which just does not work for everyone. Similarly, a lot of the women that we work with are women who aren't even comfortable in a room with like 7 other people, right? Who might have issues with a large group. And for them, a large group is quite small. So our goal was pretty simple. We just provided 25 safe, warm beds overnight for single women and families. And a big part of that, and hopefully we'll get to talk and maybe engage with you all today. And we would like for this presentation to be a little bit more interactive. So we don't necessarily have to get through all the slides. If there's specific questions that come up, we've done this presentation many times actually. So some of you here may actually have seen it or heard it. So please feel free to ask any questions or address anything. But a big part of this does have to do with perception. At the city council meeting 2-3 weeks ago, on November 19th, there was a lot of conversation about perception versus reality as far as crime and things like that. And we are really coming up against that as a huge hurdle in this kind of work, right? The misconceptions about people who live on the street are really a huge reason why we find ourselves in this position. And so part of the model of the Good Neighbors Warming Center, as far as involving volunteers and community members, is actually to give people some firsthand experience working with people living on the street to help dispel that stigma, right? To kind of break down that barrier, because a lot of people feel like they see somebody on their street. What do? They call the cops, right? So they don't have an interaction with that person, or business owners on 4th Street, you're right, who are terrified of that guy outside, right? We are hoping to change that model by encouraging people to develop a relationship, right, with the people that they see walking the street, right? So rather than having that be mediated through law enforcement or through government agencies, there's a different way to do it. I mean, that's how we do it, right? We're still here. None of us has been stabbed or, killed or anything, right? I mean, I remember having an interaction with an RPD officer once who was telling me that I should be careful because I'm not wearing a uniform, right? But here I am, everything's fine. So that is a big part of this, right? Is encouraging a totally different mindset as far as what it means to work with people on the street and who's qualified to do that. Obviously, we're not mental health professionals, right? So there's only certain services we can offer. But one thing we can definitely do is build rapport with people and break down some of their maybe hesitations, right? To go to a certain place, right? Or to talk to a certain person. And we can build that trust that basically all law enforcement ever does is break that trust. I've witnessed that so many times. If there is a little bit of trust built, law enforcement is really good at just completely breaking it, right? And it can take a really long time to rebuild it.
And I would like to just interject that some of the people that we have right now in their HMIS data, in their reporting, they have asked to be completely left alone. They have asked to not to engage with any service, and they're walking through the door without law enforcement, without a ticket, without a threat. They're finding the schedule, they're getting themselves to the place, they're walking in the door and causing no problems. That's how you know something is working. You don't have to police them into doing it. You don't have to give them some kind of incentive. No barrier aid is absolutely what's needed. Same thing with like the food thing. There is no question asked. My front door and my front refrigerator is open 24/7. Laundry can happen, no questions asked. You can have a felony. You don't have to, disclose any of your information. Low and no barrier things are what we need right now. And that's why we're seeing these people chronically outside. It literally says in some of these ladies' notes, wants to be left alone, does not want to engage with anyone from the county or the city. And they're pleasant as pie to like regular people inside. So the great news for you is that that's free. Like you have community members that are willing to engage and do these things and also have other jobs. Like we can do this for free for you and we're doing it for each other, right? But these are your constituents. These aren't a nuisance. These are people that also vote. These are people that you are supposed to serve also and with dignity, and that's not happening. I often find myself as an individual within the continuum of care. I will have to call, who is an angel most of the time in taking my phone calls and going way above and beyond, Jackie Bryant, to address one person that's on the street. That is a breakdown in the continuum of care. If someone has to come to me to access a service, that's a breakdown. I don't work for that group, right? Like we've got to address these huge breakdowns in agencies that are not reaching people, and that we have to go to the very top level of government and have 6 or 7 people. Like there's one person right now that I'm sure there's 6 people in this room that we have troubleshot this one senior woman for 3 weeks. 6 people that are making over $100,000 a year for one person. That's not working. We have to address these issues. So the way that we implemented this was the RISE Board of Directors approved $30,000 that we did not anticipate doing, but we did to create an MOU between us and the churches. Ilya and I met with the faith leaders to devise what that contract would look like and what the responsibilities for each party would be. The church has agreed to provide a space to sleep, restroom, kitchen, and promote volunteer opportunities. They've pretty much doubled down on volunteers this year. Everyone had a really wonderful experience last year. We got to know so many different people that we would have never met before from all different walks of life, as Ilya said. We did insurance training, et cetera. And then as far as coordinating volunteers and resources, we put this together in 10 days. It was 10 days from the first meeting with the church to 80 days of consistent shelter for women and families. That's how quickly it can work if you want to do it. So another thing is we crowdfunded on Instagram, tried to get volunteers on Instagram. We didn't take out any ads. We didn't do anything like that. We crowdfunded $12,000 on Instagram. We got 700 volunteers on the internet. It's really that easy. We do a weekly turnover on Tuesdays because Tuesday is that distribution. I encourage all of you to come tonight at 5 p.m. to also engage with your constituents that are living outside and food insecure. A lot of them live in Seagull Suites, which I could talk about also for a while, but I won't. So that the reason being because there are so many people on a Tuesday that we can do the word of mouth and get people rotated to the next church. We do outreach at Laundry and at my house, other places, inform the community. REMSA, RPD, SPD, the street medic group, everyone we could possibly tell. We would love your help in spreading the word and have some flyers today that we would love for you to take and pass out to people. We'd love for you to come and sit in on a shift. It's 2.5 hours for you to meet constituents that you've probably not met before. So we open at 9 p.m. Well, actually now we're at 8 p.m. So we've changed a couple of things, but again, we're talking about last year, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. We do a warm handoff with breakfast, coffee, getting people what they need as far as we can. Again, churches don't have bathrooms and showers. Evelyn Mount does. Moana does. All of these government buildings do, and they would suit this better. However, this is even possible in this model. A lot of people have soiled clothing. They, do not have the ability to take a shower when they leave, and that is concerning. I don't appreciate sending people out into the elements when they're, unbathed. Our trained staff is excellent. They have all the trauma-informed care that RISE continually delivers with their many programs. And then as far as safety, the biggest thing is we had 0 calls to service and 0 points of intervention. Usually, I was corrected by Councilman Reese when we gave the presentation to NAB 5. I said that it was about 12 interactions, but he corrected me to tell me that it was over 30 interactions with a law enforcement officer for someone to accept a service. We have 0 interactions for these people to accept the service. You just open the door. And that's excellent. That's such a wonderful problem to have solved. Also, we provide masks. Dr. Amy from the Lutheran Church on Saturdays offers free healthcare. She comes in at 6 a.m. once a month with a stethoscope and a prescription pad, and she gets these women inhalers, whatever kind of referrals they might need, prescriptions for what they might need out of the goodness of her heart. And we have 2 other doctors, one from the ER, Dr. Aaron Heckelman, who's going to be coming on board, and another doctor that's also involved and would like to be on board. Medical professionals want to help, are reaching out to us because this is what works. They're reaching out to us to donate their services for free because from a public health standpoint and from the oath that they took to do no harm, this is the model that they want to engage with. So I understand that sometimes it's more difficult to find people to pay to work in these situations. It's interesting to find doctors who have worked 12-hour shifts, 13-hour shifts, coming in at 6 a.m. with their stethoscopes absolutely for free for these women, which is amazing. Free healthcare. Oh my gosh. It's incredible. So We did sleeping bags last year. This year we're doing blankets because it was just more expensive for laundry. Again, the blankets, completely community sourced. You didn't have to buy them. And then we had no bed bugs or any. There were a couple of nasty viruses that went through each shelter, including our place and cares that we did not get. And I think that is mainly due to laundry. However, some of the illnesses that these women have, I think having a shower would be really helpful also. So here's the guest data. The most important one to highlight here is that there were 23 people who were not in HMIS. That means our PIT count is not correct. That's 23 women that were hiding so deeply away from accessing or even feeling like a part of the community that we didn't even know they existed here. And I'd be remiss as a Black woman if I did not mention that, we're looking at nationally in 2022, HUD said that Black people are 12% of the population, but 30% of all the people who are experiencing homelessness. That is reflected in our shelter as well, where it's about 40% Black women. And our youngest member was a 5-month-old baby. Again, not an HMIS. This is a problem. We can solve it though. So that's the point. The tone of this is like, yes, I'm frustrated that this is solvable and that I don't think we're taking the measures that we need to together with all of these brilliant minds in here and all the people that care to really fix this. We can do it now. We can do it today. And that's why we did this, so that we could prove that. And then also we had a couple of referrals to our place, one person to CARES. Already this year, we've had someone to Reno Behavioral Health and one person to our place. And we've only been up for 3 weeks. Well, we're on our 3rd week. So that was 84 nights. And then this year we're going all the way to April. So we're about 160 nights. This is our volunteer data. 416 signups roughly, but we had over 700 that engaged with the training or with our email address. Again, we just made a Google email address and had people email it if they wanted to help. And then 47 people that did 3 or more times, 11 that did 6 or more, and 3 people, shout out B. Fulkerson for coming almost every single night. Because this work is rewarding and it's what community wants to do. We want to help each other. We don't want it to be all on you guys. We'll skip that. That was just a volunteer cute video. So this is our finance breakdown. Again, 23,000. Ben, you want to do the money stuff?
Yeah, I can do that stuff. I'll talk about money. You can see it there. It was about 30K out of pocket, offset by some community donations. Really, really cheap overhead. Obviously acknowledging the host sites for providing the free facilities, the thousands of hours of volunteer hours, meals provided, etc. But honestly, this is really, really cost effective, and a wonderful engagement opportunity with our community and our neighbors. This data is outdated. I have been informed that the bed night or the cost per bed night for our place is actually probably closer to CARES campus. But I know that this data was pulled from any available public information from a survey that was done a few years ago. But again, I really want to highlight the $14 a night for the Good Neighbor Warming Center. Again, super cost effective, wonderful opportunity for the community to engage with its most vulnerable citizens. I can pass it back to whoever would like to go.
I wanted to just say that 23,000 number, that's roughly the cost of half of a sweep, one sweep. So we could house everyone tonight. You would have no one downtown if you used Evelyn Mount. You could probably put 200 people in there. That would solve that problem that's been debatable for a while, right? You could put single men in another community center. You could put people with pets and couples in another community center. You're probably looking at like maybe 5 people outside if you implemented something like this for all of these other populations. And I know that we will be right next to you and we will help you and volunteer and manage it and do anything you need if you will please try to expand these kinds of services. They work, they're cheaper. Half the price of one sweep for 84 nights of shelter. That's the math, right? So the data collection, I already said that was the most surprising stat, the 23 guests that were not found in HMIS. And again, this is like community data surveillance. So maybe if we had a professional data collection. That would be nice. We did get access to case management, which we are going to have also, we've added, and we're able to contract a case management person. We do have one of our colleagues at Rise, Serene, has just today gotten access to HMIS and her license. So we're able to run people through that. And that's coming out of our already existing budget for opioid abatement and everything like that. It's not any extra. We do routinely meet with the faith leaders and staff. We have group chats, whatever, just to make sure that everything's working, constantly testing things. It's really important when you do initiate something, a huge service like CARES or whatever, that you don't just let the train go. You have to stop, reflect, listen to the people that live there. Having a person with lived experience on this board is also something we've asked for years. That would help inform you. Having someone that lives in these areas or has experienced homelessness would give you so much more information than you have right now. When you have high-level people giving reports about their grants and whatever, that doesn't really give you an accurate picture of what people are experiencing and what holes that they're, why you're still seeing people outside. Because I think that's the question, right? Everyone is like, why is this still happening? We are here to tell you why. We would like to refine some of the data collection. We have been doing that. We're doing spreadsheets, whatever. We've gotten it to digital. And we also have one additional medical staff. But other than that, I mean, everything's pretty much the same. The county has offered to contribute $10,000 to this project, where now that it's doubled, the amount that we're expecting is about $50,000. However, I think that the community can also come up with that. If money is the problem, I don't think raising $50,000 is that hard in a community with the most billionaires per capita, right? We can do this. We don't need to exacerbate city and county funds to take care of each other. We just need to not be worked against by, doing displacements and things that don't work and worsen people's conditions, and then leave people like us to pick up the pieces, essentially. So yeah, by all indicators, this worked, and that's why we did it again this year. Actually, in fact, the churches asked us to extend the amount of time last year, and we just didn't have more money because we put it together in 10 days as regular people. So that is what we're doing this year. And we'd like to see more similar programs. Like I've said, if we could divide these people, we could come up with a plan in 10 days for every single person, county and citywide, if we could sit down for 3 hours. I promise you we could. So now it's political will. You have community will. We have proven it with our own, out of our own pockets, our ripped pockets, the change in the bottom of our pocketbooks, right? Like, we don't live the same kinds of lives that a lot of the people that are presented to you do, that you enjoy, but we are still able to do it. So that was why we did this, so that we could show you what the emergency preparedness winter plan should look like and what we were asking for. So now we're asking if we can please continue to further these kinds of services, save the city and the county some money because you're in trouble, and unite us further in trying to provide a dignified life for these people.
And Ilya Artman, for the record, one quick thing to add about our big takeaway about people who are not in HMIS. Just a reflection on, also at that same city council meeting, there was a lot of back and forth with Chief Nance about, basically whenever RPD or generally any police department presents, right, they're always asking for more cops, more money and stuff. And I think at some point we're going to have to acknowledge, like, is that the solution, right? Because we have been increasing, those budgets. They go up, right? The number of police officers on duty, right? Generally speaking, there has to be some provable connection between more law enforcement and some sort of improvement in these issues in order for us to continue doing it, right? Because, like, the definition of something unreasonable is you keep trying the same thing expecting a different result, right? It's pretty clear at this point that the result's not going to change. And if we get to the point where there has to be one law enforcement person per capita, right, then we also have to ask ourselves, is that really like a place we want to live, right? Like, yeah, maybe that'll work as far as policing and keeping people off the street, but is that actually the world that we're trying to build here, right? Or are we ready for some other approaches? And during that same city council meeting, I think what really strikes me a lot of the time is that it's almost like on one hand, you're talking about providing services. And on the other hand, when we talk about law enforcement, it's like you're basically doing these two things that are directly contradictory to one another at the same time. And so the net change is zero, right? Because I know so many people who over the past few years, like one person that I'm probably going to see later today, who's literally just been going from the train tracks to behind Village on Sage, back to the train tracks on Record Street, back to Village on Sage. I mean, he's probably done it like 15 times. And I mean, he's still just doing that, right? And after a certain point, I mean, obviously, even putting aside the anguish that causes for an individual, I mean, it seems like a totally ridiculous thing to keep doing, right? By any measure. So at some point, we have to just stop and be like, okay, this isn't working. What's going to work? And yet, Chief Nance was talking about jail and the issue with how long it takes to book somebody in jail, right? That same person, actually, I had an interesting conversation with him. He was taken to jail. And as he was leaving, he asked the person at the front what he was booked for up at par. And she was like, oh, you're not in the system. You weren't booked for anything. So somebody took him, didn't want to do the paperwork, basically, and then left because they realized that, that's going to be too much time. So, I mean, that's not even being captured in the statistics, right? So I think that there's, I'm sure that there's police officers, right, who are coping with the fact that they're being asked to do this kind of crazy thing and they realize it's totally counterproductive. And so I'm sure that they're kind of bending the expectations as well because they know it's not working as well. That might be also part of the reason why we're in this situation. I remember talking to some police officers at an AB meeting before the latest anti-homeless ordinance came into play, and I could tell that they were like, I'm not sure how this is going to work. Right. I had a meeting actually with Councilmember Taylor about that before that ordinance. And there's a lot of discussion about how is this actually going to help us? It does not seem like it has helped. I don't know if there's any statistics that show that those ordinances have helped. And I know that there's frustration with law enforcement because they're not enforcing them, but it's possible that they don't enforce them because they know that they're not going to work. And so they're making a discretionary choice to basically, right, act in a way that they feel like might actually be more productive, which is not waste time booking somebody into jail. Just the final point about the 23 guests who are not HMIS is if they're not in there, right, the main takeaway is that they have not even tried to access services, right? So if you're talking about them being resistant to services, they haven't even tried to access services, like Lily said, and they're coming to the warming center completely free of coercion, right? That is the single greatest takeaway. We don't have to coerce people into accessing services. We have to provide the services that they want to access voluntarily. Right. I think that's kind of the shift we have to make here. Coercing them into doing it is just not the model. It's creating services that people want to access because they feel like they're actually going to be useful for them.
And I think too, just adding on to the engagement with law enforcement, et cetera, we changed what we did too. So that's why our overview in the beginning, we tried different things. We tried a motel program. We tried street outreach. We tried to appeal to y'all. We tried to protest. We got arrested. We were ticketed. We have done so many different approaches to try to solve this problem. And what we did was when we realized it didn't work, we changed the process. And that's how we got here. And if we could all do that, if the sitting lawmakers could do that, you would be in a different situation right now. You can't just grin and bear it. If it's not working, it's not working. Like some of the testimony that we heard earlier about Karma Box, I've heard it twice. We can't ignore these things. This is unacceptable, right? We got to change it. We have to admit when we're wrong, cut our losses, and try something new. And we try it together, and that's good leadership. That's productivity. That makes sense. It's fiscally responsible. It's intelligent. We can't keep trying to, and also there's the only data that there is about displacing people is that it doesn't work. Public health data, HUD data. I'm happy to send you any of that information. There's so many studies about it. So, and I know we've sent them to you before. We've done this before, right? So we haven't said anything new in the last 5 years, but what we have done is we've changed our approach and we took matters into our own hands because we knew that the carceral approach was what everyone was going to keep using, and we knew it wasn't going to work. And these are our neighbors that are on our porch at night. These are our neighbors that are camping outside, that are lighting fires in our lots next door, that are crying on my doorstep, that I want to see live a dignified life. They're mainly seniors. They're mainly women. They're children. They're, they're really people that are suffering here. And it's really important to take away what your misconceptions or preconceptions about what should work or arresting someone or whatever, and just look at the data and do the thing that works. And we can do that. And we can start a fresh slate today. We're 18 months away from all of that time. Now we have proven that there is something that works. Let's do it. And I just really appreciate y'all putting us on the docket at all. I'm sure none of you were very excited about it, and we were. So thank you so much. Never been able to talk to you for so long. It's been wonderful. Please, let's work together and fix this.
Thank you, Ms. Barron. Look at the body. Anyone else have any questions? Thank you for your time. Thank you for your report. I'm going to try and meet with you as individually. I encourage other board members to do the same and talk about some things that we can do to maybe help you further. But thank you for the good work. There's so many different ways to help the community. It isn't all about government all the time. It could be other things from lots of other sources. And as I said earlier, when I first started talking, this is the Community Homeless Advisory Board. So the whole community could be involved and should be. So thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to item 11, presentation from Washoe County Human Services Agency. Mr. Gustafson.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Clark and board members. Thank you for having us. We're 3 hours deep into this meeting, so I have 27 slides. I will go very, very quickly with them, and then you can answer or ask some questions that I can answer when we wrap up. A lot of the presentation that I'm going to show you hopefully provide some assistance with some of the information, even from some of the earlier public commenters. There were some questions around some of the data, some of the demographics. I think that's been a question for a while now, as far as, age ranges, mental health, substance use, when it comes to homeless services. And so we're really trying to be is very transparent, certainly increasingly transparent. And there's also a couple of things that are not on the slides that I sort of made notes of as we've seen other presentations as well and heard from public commenters. So I'll bring that up as well. Also have a couple of folks here, some of the leadership with housing and homeless services here with me as well, that are sort of the subject matter experts. I've been in the mental health, adult and children, mental health, child welfare field for 24 years. So I've been very excited to be able to dip my toe into the housing and homeless services field for the last couple of years. I think there's a tremendous amount of crossover. So I think it fits very well in with the HSA and the county mission. And so with that, I'm going to zip through these slides, and then I will answer any questions that you'd like to have. So what you're going to see now is just some of the demographics. I'm not going to read and go over these in any detail because I think you guys will have access to all of these. But we'll have slides for the CARES campus, for Our Place, for Safe Camp, just to look at sort of the age range of the clients. I know that has been a question that's come up a number of times. So you can see the age range. This is specific to the Our Place family. So you can see that the age range certainly slants because we have kids in the family program as well. So you see a lot of the younger ages there as well. And this is self-reported. The 2 data points on the right, you'll see in the next few slides, those are going to be specifically tied to self-reported data. Those who have disabilities, you can see 65% have reported as they have not, and 27%, 28% have reported that they do. And then you can see the mental health disorders as well. So about little over 70% are reporting no current mental health disorders within the Our Place family. And then here's just some additional, when it comes to substances and chronic homelessness, a little bit more data specifically to Our Place family as well. When it comes to, you can see mostly have reported no disorders. Again, self-reported data here as well. And then chronic homelessness, you can see 83% are reporting not for the family program as well. And moving on to the women's program specifically, you can see the age range there. You can see the bulk is between that 35 to 44 range. And then it certainly skews a little bit into the older range for the rest of the data points as well. And then you can see the disability demographics as well as mental health. And then substance abuse and chronic homelessness, specifically for the women's shelter, you can see, again, 2/3 fall into the no range for both of those, approximately there. Moving on to CARES specifically, there's the data for the age range as well, 45 to 54. Again, our biggest data point, although you can see that we're a lot closer to across the board there. We do have a large number of seniors there, which I know has been a big point of discussion and getting services in place for seniors, not just within the CARES campus, but in other areas in our community as well. Additional data when it comes to substance use, chronic homelessness, for CARES, and then shifting over to Safe Camp specifically. You can see age range there, total number of clients served. We'll get into sort of numbers served and those who have transitioned out. And we're really trying to shift to having some good outcome data. And you'll see towards the end of the slides, as far as what the program expectations are, I think there's been some misconceptions that folks just go to campus and they're not doing anything. We're certainly trying to pivot and shift to adding some things such as work programs, which I think our very first public commenter had referenced a need for some work programming. So we're looking at doing a lot of new things on campus as far as what the expectations for services are and what participants will or will not be able to do while they're on campus. And then substance use, self-reported, and chronic homelessness for Safe Camp. There's the data for that. Shifting to length of stay across the 4 primary campuses that the county is involved with. The emergency shelter, again, that would be the CARES, the main 549-bed Sprung campus, 54 days. Safe Camp, average length of stay, 122 days. Our Place, 120 days. And the Our Place Women's Shelter, 28 days. Expectations to shelters, again, I think this is where some of the misperceptions were, and we're really trying to do some education and tighten up sort of the policies, procedures around that when it comes to our programming. And that if you come into any of our programs, there's an expectation that you will have a case plan put in place. You got to have that case plan developed within the first 14 days of being there, and you have to meet with your case manager towards getting a housing plan put in place. If you do not do that, there's sit-outs that get tied into that as well. We also would like people to leverage when housing opportunities come up. We really encourage people to leverage those opportunities. We have learned that there are instances where that does not happen, where someone chooses to not. We certainly want to continue working with those people, but we want to get them housed as much as we possibly can. And I'll show you some of those data points as well. We do daily checks for wellness and safety checks on all of our sites as well. And then obviously there's some various exceptions, hospitalization and whatnot, creates some exceptions there. We just wanted to put a slide up. Obviously what you guys have seen today is a ton of passion. We've had a lot of presenters. This is something that obviously the government can't do on their own. This is a partnership that requires community, requires the cities, requires the county, requires passionate folks, quite honestly, that really want to serve vulnerable populations and do this work. And so we always feel it's important to put slides up like this that show that this is a large community scale effort that we have. And it's not static either. This is very malleable. It evolves over time as new entities come on board, as we recognize new needs. We've been doing a lot of that recently on campus as well, especially in the last 60 or 90 days. We're really trying to get more programs that fit this population need to come to campus and start to set up shop, to come there and to do in-services, to come there and do other activities to really engage the population that's there. Outcomes and exits that we have. This is just for FY25, so the last fiscal year. 275 people exited into permanent housing from the CARES campus, 25 from Safe Camp, 48 from Our Place Women, 216 from Our Place Family. That includes the kids. I'll note that little statistical anomaly there. That's why that number is high for the Our Place families, because they often come in with kids as well. So that's those are important statistics to us. Obviously, that's one of the key statistics for us, is how many people are we getting housed who are coming in there into permanent housing. And so wanted to make sure that we're sharing those numbers. I know that that's a big question that comes up regularly is what's the outcomes looking like? You know, what are the metrics that we're looking at? And so we wanted to make sure that we're being very transparent about that. You can see a somewhat smaller percentage, quite a bit smaller percentage that have gone into transitional housing programs, but still not insignificant. And then we got 36 from CARES went into transitional, 3 from Safe Camp, and then 5 from our place as well. Wanted to also to reference, and I'll talk a little bit more about this, but wanted to reference a question that had come up a lot. So we wanted to make sure to put this in. And I think this had come up a couple of times earlier. Questions come up about where are the people who are utilizing these services and going into emergency shelters, where are they coming from? Are these people who are coming from Las Vegas? Are they coming from out of state? Are they people who are already in Washoe County? What's their status when they get in Washoe County? So we have some data here you can see over the last 5 years, but we're gonna do a lot more in-depth data collection on this that we've been currently working on. And so what you can see here is for the CARES campus, for example, if you look at Q1 from FY26, 80% of the people were at CARES campus were Washoe County residents. 20% are coming, were not. And so we're going to flip the numbers a little bit to make it a little bit more clear. But what we're going to start doing is drilling down because that 20% doesn't necessarily give us the information that we need. So what we want to know is if you're coming to Washoe County and you're already homeless, or you come to Washoe County and you become homeless, what's the cause of that? Did you lose your job? Did you lose your house? Did you have, something happen with your family where, you lost your residence? And so we are going to have some specific categories. And so when folks are coming into our program, we're going to be asking them that because we feel like that's going to be real vital for us to know. And so that's going to be a specific data point that's going to be in addition to if you're coming from out of community, out of state, where are you coming from and how are you finding out about the program, or are you finding out about it only once after you're here? So that's been a question and a discussion that we've had certainly as a program in a division for some time. And I think we're going to be able to get some really good information that we'll be able to share in the very near future. PSH, we did a grand opening, a ribbon cutting on that just a few months ago. That's on the CARES campus. That is 50 units, 65 beds. Data is already a little bit old. It said 8 had moved in. We started doing leases at the beginning of November. Those are 1-year leases for folks to get in. We're well into the double digits now about the folks who are already in there. We have another building being built behind that, just to the west of that. That's accessible space. That's another 120 units. Several dozen of those units will also be specifically set up for PSH. That's a very prescriptive model that we're going to be doing, the ACT model that we'll be doing within that program that requires mental health services. It requires nursing, physician services, employment specialists, and whatnot. So that we will have filled up very shortly. It's filling up very quickly as well. And we're still onboarding the tail end of the staff. We're working on getting an APRN or a physician on board to be a part of that program team. The pit count, we are going to be doing another pit count in just a matter of a few weeks. This is required annually. This is I'm not going to read all of this data. It's a January thing that we're doing. We're going to be doing it again this coming January. You can see the count between 19 and 25. That's the data that we had. When we had first put this together, I had actually asked the team, I was like, oh, where's the unsheltered data for this last year? What we'd found out, I'll get to in just a second. That count was not done. That was voted on by the COC. It was not done last year. It will be done again this year in January. So we'll get both of those data sets as well for the pit count. And similar to that, at the same time, we had our housing inventory count. That's our bed utilization count. You can see what our shelter beds availability look like versus what's currently being used. We certainly are seeing that we're mostly full at this point. I was actually listening to the other presenters. I was pulling up some of the current data. And we do have some small availability, but we have had a year where we have generally been mostly full. What we start doing in November and December is we start opening some of our overflow beds. So we do still have capacity there. We have at least a couple of beds available for men, and we have a handful of beds for women over at our place where we do our overflow. And then we also will start our warming as well. Is incoming. So we do have some capacity now. That data is updated daily. It's on our website. So you can, because I know one of the commenters had said that they were hopeful that they could get some real live data to know, like, how do you figure out how many beds that you have at any given time? And that actually is up on the website. If you go to Washoe County /homelessness, all the count information is up there. It's updated on a daily basis now. And that has been a lot of work because our data sets were not very clear and they certainly were not accessible. But in the last couple of months, we've really tried to work on that to make sure that it's available for folks so they know what's open and where it's open. And that actually breaks down, and you'll see it in just a slide, it actually breaks down across programs. So you can see, is there beds open at Safe Camp? Is there beds open at CARES? Are they open at our place? Where are they specifically open at? So here's some conclusions. That was based on the 25 PID count with the new one incoming. Totals remained about the same based on that PID count specifically. Obviously, if inflow exceeds outflow, homelessness numbers will continue to grow. We are still having over 90% success rate in getting information put into HMIS. As you heard from the last presenter, it's really challenging when you don't have all of the data sets. We need the data to make good informed decisions. And when we can't get data in there and the information in there, that can create some additional challenges or create some unknown problems for us to bump into unexpectedly. So, but we do have over 90% of our partners and ourselves putting in the HMIS data. So that's been one of our successes, I believe. Again, I had referenced this next PIT count, January 29th, starts before the crack of dawn. This is just a snapshot. It's hard to read, but if you go on the website, we just wanted to show you what it looked like. This is more of the trend line where you can sort of see, so, you know, what are the themes here? This next slide here, you can specifically see the census. That's what I had referenced, where you can see, hey, here's the total number of beds across these programs. How many are full? How many are not? And so it tracks the daily bed usage across that within the dashboard, and it refreshes once a day. Would love to be able to do it real time at any given time because this is it's very fluid. Sometimes we get a lot of changes within a single day. But right now it wasn't updating daily all so long ago. So now we've got it updating on a daily basis. So it certainly gives us a really good idea of where we're at any given time. And then, of course, the challenges, all the stuff you've heard from the other presenters. Rents continue to rise. Affordable housing's not keeping pace with growth. Unemployment's high. Some of the funding with HUD, and Katrina Peters is my local HUD expert who's constantly looking for funding. I know that question had come up last time, is how do you keep this stuff funded? And it's currently, it is always tricky. One of the things we've done that I wanted to bring up that I had wrote a note on is that historically we had not billed out for Medicaid services on the CARES campus or our place. And that created a significant loss in potential revenue. Now we are billing out for Medicaid services on our two campuses, and we're able to recoup over $2 million a year. And that's not something we were doing years ago. So there are some good opportunities out there. And obviously we constantly need to look for grant funding and other options, but we've certainly seen a little bit of I think a thinning of the funds that are available, or certainly more competition for less available funding. A couple of things that we're doing right now, again, feedback we've taken over the last year specifically, is that it's felt, very sort of closed off, and it's hard to get information, to access, to get data, to get all of those things. We're really trying to address that. Another thing in the last 90 days, we've tripled our tours on campus. I know folks were having a hard time getting a tour and getting a timely tour. We certainly took that feedback, and so we've more than tripled them. We can intend to continue to do as many tours as we need to do. We love for people to see the campus now that the construction's done. It certainly looks a lot different than it looked a couple of years ago. And we're pretty proud of what the partners in the community have done. But another thing that we're doing is we're putting out now a communication newsletter that's going to go out every other month. Well, the next one I think just went out. If it didn't already go out, it's going out right now. That should be able to give us resources, metrics, data, all of those things. And if you don't get that already, we certainly can make sure that you get on our listserv to make sure we get that out for you as well. And then some things that are to come. Again, we know that we need to be flexible, we need to be malleable, and we need to take feedback from the communities and folks who care. And so some of the imminently incoming thing, we're getting the DMV on site, which has been a long time coming. Just the computer system issue has been a little bit tricky. Getting them on site for licenses, identification, et cetera. Our on-med station, much like we have in our senior center just across the way, we finally got that installed and is up and live. For senior center reference, within 4 months, I think we had 600 visits there. So we know that it is very well used and much enjoyed. So I think it's going to be a real good resource over at CARES as well. We're going to start very regular resource fairs that are employment focused over there on campus. We're really sort of repurposing our resource center to be just that, a resource center that we can have entities, again, and, eligibility services, state services, various other providers can come in and set up a table and say, hey, we're going to come on Monday from, 9 to 5, and then we can put that out to the residents, the participants on campus. So really trying to leverage the resource as we would like it to be. We're close to starting a safe parking pilot program. It's also been a request for folks that are living in their cars. We have heard a fair amount of feedback about a need for that, perhaps with maybe the college age kids, but not necessarily just them. So we're going to do a real small pilot. We're going to see how that looks, where we can have some parameters set up. Again, you're going to need to meet with the caseworker, do a case plan. You can park, you do a small contract with us to park in a spot where you can come in on campus. Again, we have to go through security and do the whole shebang there. And then you can come in and you can utilize the showers. You can get meals there as well. And so we will modify that as needed. Perhaps we'll grow that as needed. We'll just have to take a look and see how that goes. And again, website updates. We are working on a much more robust work program that is still being tooled right now to offer to participants. Actually, there'll be some expectations from participants there to be engaged in a variety of things, whether they be psychoeducational groups or work programs or some community service cleanup, those sorts of things. I think actually, Chair Clark, that was something that you had mentioned at a commission meeting some months ago. So we're looking at figuring out how can we start to plug in some of those to help get that corridor cleaned up and help do some other things to get folks active who are there on campus. And with that, I will answer any questions that you have.
Member Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Lots of information. I wanted to ask about one of the things that we hear a lot. Is there more homelessness? Is there less homelessness? Where are we at? And on your conclusion slide, it says there's a slight decrease in total homelessness, but total numbers remain similar to last year. Is that total homelessness based on the number in the shelters because the pit wasn't included in that?
Yeah, I think that's where things get tricky. And certainly, Katrina, if you want to come chime in on that as well, you can. I think one of the tricky things about having a sheltered homelessness count is we know that there's a certain amount of beds and people that we're accessing within HMIS. And so you can get those numbers, but we didn't do the unsheltered count this last year. So I think when we do this count next month, I think we're going to get a much truer data set to sort of see where things are in real time currently.
So when you're saying that there's a slight decrease, is that based on the 8 individuals?
Based on the pit, based on that specific count year over year, yes.
The 1,389 people in shelters, it was 8 less this year?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments?
Just checking in on permanent supportive housing. So the second phase of the permanent supportive housing that will be on the campus will be opening.
Do you know when, do you guys know what March yeah, so it's incoming. So I drive by it like every day and I see the building slightly more completed each day. So we're looking at spring.
Great. And we already know who probably is going to go into that like we did for the other.
Already.
It's already filled.
Well, I wouldn't say already filled, but I think that we try to stay way in front of that and start to get the list, squared away. So yeah, by the time they're ready to go, we will be absolutely, working with them to get the contracts or get the leases up and going. Yeah. There shouldn't be huge delays.
Right. And then we still need like 1,100 more units of permanent supportive housing, or maybe more. I'm not.
Yes,
that's what I've heard.
We need a lot more, but you got to chip away at it.
Yeah, and we're just continuing to see an increase because we don't have as many housing vouchers. The federal government isn't supporting us in the same way that they were during the COVID times. And so is that the trend?
Yeah, I do think that's the trend. And again, Katrina, if you want to talk about some of the HUD issues that we're running into, we are seeing some potential decreases in funding that have the potential to impact our community. So we're already obviously working with the state as much as we can. We're always talking with the feds about what the money is going to look like as far as that support. But again, I think what's happening is we're running into a situation where times are pretty lean and you get a lot of folks fighting over a lot less or, trying to get their hands on a lot less. And that's nationally, that's not in this community specifically. And so we run into having to either make concessions or continue to evolve and get creative. And I think that you've heard some, other creative solutions today. Again, I think this is not something that's just a government fix. I don't think it can be. I think this requires a lot of entities and a lot of engaged and passionate players in the community to come together. And so, I certainly appreciate any of the feedback that we got from the other presenters. And I think we need to be good partners with one another.
I agree. I think it is our role, though, to support as much as we can that capital housing piece. And I think we don't have the money unless we want to do something about it as a region. So I think that needs to be clear. We don't have authority to enact those taxes by the state. We want to, because we want to get people housed. It's a priority here, especially because permanent supportive housing is really for seniors at the end of the day, and disabled folks. So I know that that's something that I'd like to work on as a region with one voice, going to the legislature, asking for that, because they're our most vulnerable people. And Commissioner Andriella calls it dignity housing, and I agree. So we need to do what we can there.
No, and I appreciate that feedback. Working not just with the housing and homeless services side, but also the senior side, is I think that we get some unique perspectives, certainly within the county and within HSA. And as you saw in the data, there is a disproportionate amount of folks that are older folks. And I do think that, we're continually running into issues when it comes to services and housing. And it's something that we all need to certainly address. And it's, it's not just those who are necessarily older, but you got those with mental health issues. You got those who serve the country. You got veterans who need services. And so I think that there's a number of different vulnerable or potentially vulnerable populations, and that gets exacerbated by an expensive county to live in. People want to live in Washoe County. It's not a cheap county to live in, but it's a great county to live in, but it's a challenge.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to working on that as a region, and going together with one voice to the state at the next when the legislature is in session next. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I've got a couple of questions for you. Did you have a question? Sorry, go ahead.
Hi there. I have a couple of questions. The first one I wanted to ask you just about the data and the data collection. What has been the holdup on the count being live on the website? You had said that it's just been recently updated. I'm just curious, like, were you trying to get data from different places to talk to each other? And ultimately, my question is, what is the point of the data? Is the data supposed to be live, real-time use for people that are at these different properties that are helping the community to know where to send people? Or is it just for public reporting? And if it is for lifetime use, how long is it going to take for it to start updating?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. That's a great question. I think the answer is sort of yes and yes. The yes to a lot. I think some of the holdups were specifically tied to, we wanted to make sure the data we were putting in there was accurate data. We didn't want to have bad data that was going into the system. So we were really trying to compile the data, get the information, make sure it was accurate, and then make sure it was, when we first started, more frequent uploads of the data. Some of the data was not popping, it's not autofilling properly. So it just took a lot more work than it probably should have taken. That is squared away at this point. I think, to the second part of your question, I think that it's for both. I would like for folks to be able to have it for personal use, to be like, oh, what's going on as far as, vacant beds in our shelters in the community. But you also might have a provider, or you might have a law enforcement agency, or you might have whomever who's like, I need to figure out where there's an open bed so I can know who to call, know who to contact. I mean,
well, it seems like it's an expensive activity to put together. So it seems like there should be an actionable use and an expectation for that.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we can tighten that up a little bit.
Yes, I appreciate that. And I think that it was on the front end. I think a lot of it's much more automated now that we have it sort of squared away. But yeah, there was a heavy lift on the front end to make sure that our data was accurate and going in the correct way. But I think now it's a much smaller lift than it was. But I appreciate that. And clearly, we're happy to take any feedback to continually improve those databases and have other metrics that we want to potentially look at. Again, I know that age, substance use, mental health, those sorts of things were big questions for folks. But if there's other demographics folks want to be aware of, we're certainly happy to build that as well.
Well, demographics don't mean anything unless we're using them for a purpose for services. So I think that having a strategy around that data and what is made available to the public needs to be maybe workshopped a little bit so that we can make it more useful. Just because otherwise we're putting a lot of reporting on data that is, I mean, why are we collecting it if we're not actually utilizing it for services? Okay, second question. I just wanted to learn a little bit more about the warming center at the CARES campus. What is the trigger that the warming center open? Like, what triggers it to open, first of all? And second question is, how is it different from the warming centers? And is the main difference from what Ms. Barron and her team presented, is it that like barrier to entry, where is the warming center at the CARES campus something you're still going through security and getting to? Or just talk to me about that. I'm sorry. I'm the newest one here. So
no, absolutely. So what we start with is we have overflow that will open up, which for the men's side on the CARES campus is a little over 80 beds of overflow that we have. And we start paying attention to that as soon as we're full, as soon as the winter months start rolling. And what we look at when it comes to the warming centers, when it starts getting cold out, when we start to hit that December-ish time, like right now. No, it's not in the main area of the campus. It's actually, it's a little bit closer to 4th Street. It's right next to where the resource center is. And so I wish I had a map in front of me right now. But no, that looks a little bit different as far as access to that. And again, we have partners that help the county manage that. We work real closely with Catholic Charities, with Karma Box, with VOA, with other entities. And so the warming center opens as it gets colder out, and then you will have direct access to that. And Sabrina, what's our total warming center count? 120.
Okay, and so it's triggered at a certain temperature, at a certain capacity?
It's usually around the 1st of December. And when it hits like freezing outside. And so obviously we live in Nevada, and so that may happen early. That may happen late, but certainly we like to get it up and running around the December-ish time. But we've had to do earlier in the past when we've had chilly winters, and I think it was maybe the year before last.
Okay. Great. And then last question, I was intrigued by your comment about there's an opportunity to do more workforce development at the CARES campus. Can you talk to me about those opportunities? I hear workforce development is part of my background. And so when I hear community health workers, that's, you know, something that I've looked into and helped people build education programs around. And I know that that type of education and job development can be useful just for the community at large in general. I'm just wondering what you guys have planned or you have an opportunity. And is there a funding gap? Do you need connections with the Department of Education? What are the things that you're looking at?
I really appreciate that question. We're in the early phases. I think we are having conversations with the Department of Ed. We're working with Ann Silver, the Commerce folks. I think there's going to be an educational component. We're looking at what we can do when it comes to motivators, you know, reinforcers for folks to get engaged with that. Again, I think that one thing that we need to do is knowing that that campus has got 600 people at the care specific campus is you got 549 people in the Sprung, and then you got another 50 people at Safe Campus that as we see a variety of different needs and a variety of different abilities. You have people with significant mental health needs there. And you have people that are, you know, ready and able to be able to go work. And so one thing that we're doing is we're trying to come up with some assessment tools to figure out where can we have the expectations sort of based on what your needs are and how you got here and why you're here and what your plans are, and working with the caseworker. So I think it's a multifaceted program that we're going to have where some people can probably jump right into it, and some people are probably going to need to work with mental health counselors, maybe have to work with an LADC, like a licensed alcohol and drug counselor, to sort of get needs addressed before we have some of those expectations. But I think that we're going to have, again, I think we're going to have some groups that set up, again, psycho-ed groups, some workforce type groups. I think that we will have vouchers for folks potentially in place. We've actually already started that, where if you go out and you start to do some community service and do some cleanup out on the streets, that you can get some vouchers for, you know, wherever. You can pick where it's for. That was really sort of the pilot for us to be like, we could do this a lot bigger and a lot better. And can also potentially look to the state as well to see, is there a way, if we have a work program, again, is there some work that we can do to get some of that to be Medicaid reimbursable to help curb our costs? And so there's going to be a lot more to come on that. We're in the very early phases, but I think we're moving pretty quickly with this as well.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you for your presentation. I've got a couple of comments. First question I have is, you've talked about in the past, we didn't bill for Medicaid. We didn't receive that. We're now doing that. And that was held off for what reason? Why did we wait this long to do that is the first question. The second question is, we've collected about $2 million. Where does that $2 million go? Which account does that go into? Is that going to the county's general account? Do we go back to your department? Where is that money going?
So the second part of your question is, I'll have to let you know, because I'm not the fiscal guru as far as where that falls. I don't know if that's offsetting the program or that's going back into general fund, or it's just covering other HSA programs, but I will make sure that you have that information. And it was just over $2 million that we were targeted to get with Medicaid revenue this year. And one of the reasons I specifically wanted to bring that up is because questions had come up prior where it's like, you have these programs in place and there's no way to fund them. And really one of the things we're wanting to do is figure out ways to be able to fund them. I think that for one, the campus needed to be up and running. We needed to have active case management, because that's where the money comes from. I mean, not to get in the weeds, but there's administrative dollars you can bill back to Medicaid by having active case managers that are specifically tied to clients there. And until we had that campus fully built, and until we had all of our policies and procedures set up, because it's tied to a cost allocation plan that we have to submit to state Medicaid. So unless you have all your policies, procedures in place, and all your workforce in place, and they know what that assignment looks like, where it's like, okay, you got a caseload of 30 people that you're working with. You can't do that Medicaid admin. And it takes a while to submit to the state, that state plan, for them to come back. They usually ask questions to get that approved. So all of that took us a little bit of time to get into place.
Very well. I heard so many things today from you that I've never heard before here. So I'm excited about that. But I'm really be more excited when actions and words coincide. So that's what I'm looking for. You talked about sleeping in cars. You talked about work programs. You talked about education. It took me 2 years to get Ann Silver from the Chamber of Commerce to get a desk down there to actually teach people how to go to a job interview and get their GEDs, and she's willing and able to do that. Has thousands of jobs that pay $50 to $70 to $90,000 a year. The county was very reluctant through the past county manager of allowing that to happen. For what reason, I don't know. But now that's in place, and she's now, I understand, doing that. So we're going to soon find out who out of that group, the population there, that could actually hold a job and wants a job and can be trained to get a career, she says, not a job. So careers. Secondly, I want to talk about the pit count. I don't know who came up with the idea last year, but County Manager Brown signed off on it. We didn't have a pit count. So to Member Anderson's point about asking about data and so forth, we need a census. We need to have an understanding of what's taking place there. And not having a census in 1 year makes all of your data that you showed us, well, it isn't accurate because I didn't have numbers for this year. Do you see how ridiculous that is? Showing us a report that is omitting a full year's information. Well, why do that? I'm not picking on you, but understand how it looks to the public when you give us a report that omits a year's worth of data. It's like a student getting my report card. Oh, folks, I got a great grade, but I don't have the paperwork to show you. Tell your parents that. Yeah, I got all A's. Oh, yeah, prove it. Well, you can't. So that's my point. That's the frustration that I have and have had for a long time. Go ahead, sir.
I appreciate that, Chair Clark. It's not that I omitted the data. It's that the COC voted to not collect the unsheltered.
So I didn't say you omitted it. I said it got omitted. It wasn't presented.
It wasn't done.
It wasn't available because they didn't do the pit count. Simple as that. And let's not candy coat it or put lipstick on it. It's a fact. It didn't get done. And now we have information that's could be questioned and should be questioned. So that's just where I'm coming from. But I appreciate the other things you said. And I think that, and I like the idea of taking that money that you might be able to collect from the different programs that you can collect and put that back into education where we can get people up out of the situation that they're in. And lastly, I want to talk about, you said we had more income than outflow. I mean, that's simple stuff. I mean, if you have a bigger pipe of water coming into a smaller drain, you're going to have that. That's what we have. Yeah, we have more people coming in. We've got people coming in from out of state. We've talked about this at county commission meetings. Again, that's another reason why we need this data, is to find out, are these people coming from Reno? They coming from Sparks? They coming from the county? They coming from Portland, Seattle, Salt Lake City, San Francisco? Or where are these, Sacramento? Where are these folks coming from? So we need to have an understanding of what that is so we can focus on remedying that. If we know for a fact that other counties in this state have bused people to our CARES campus. We built the nicest CARES campus in the northern part of the state, and other counties have admitted to shipping people this way. The public needs to know that, and everybody in the community needs to know that. So thank you for your report. No other questions? Are there questions, comments? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to item 12. Public comment will be item 13. So item 12. Does any of the members have commission or comments and requests for future agenda items? Before we finish asking that question, I'd like to know future agenda items for when. Does the chair pick the dates of when the future meetings are going to be held? And what is the term of the chair's term of?
The chair is in pursuant to the bylaws of this board, the chair is in place for 1 year. Any commissioner, any member of the board can request a meeting through the chair, and ultimately it can be scheduled at any time. But it is at the chair's discretion in terms of the scheduling.
Okay. So if I don't hold a meeting for the next 14 months, am I still the chair even though my term is only a year?
As we saw today, you would start the meeting and then there would be a new election for a chair. Pursuant to the bylaws, it's the first meeting after July that occurs.
All right. Very well. I'll let the other members make comments. We'll start with Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on my colleague's comment earlier, I have asked this question a couple times. I'm not sure if I understand the purpose of the CHAB right now as was originally intended. It was my understanding it was originally intended to get the CARES campus up and running from a regional perspective. That has been done. So I'm really starting to question where the city of Reno, I don't know about the city of Sparks, has a participation for the original mission of this board. So maybe at the next meeting, that is something that we could talk about as a group. I would ask that for an agenda item. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Vanderwall.
I just want to say, give a shout out to the Hope team sitting in the back. I think they do great work. Thank you guys for being here.
Ms. Anderson, questions, comments, requests? Okay. Well, I would like to make a request. I would like to have at least 3 more meetings, and I would like to have Ms. Taylor's request as one of the items, and I'd like to have a meeting in January and March and May. So that's what I'm requesting. And now we'll open up to public comment.
First up, we have Trista Gomez.
Just a comment for the record. Every time that there's a conversation about the situation or the best way to move forward with the homeless community, I'm always really struck by the chasm of the opinions of how people think of this. And you've got the people who really just believe that people should be able to kind of be wherever and stay in public spaces and not be pushed out. And then you have the people who don't want any of it. And the one thing I will commend is that this community has taken some action, and I commend that. I did a little bit, I had looked at some of the things. There's 164 of this sort of program around the nation, 164 locations where this happens. And the one thing that I think that we have to just really understand is that these programs are in high tax states. They're in high tax jurisdictions. This is not an inexpensive endeavor that has happened. And because of that, I appreciate Mr. Gustafson really looking at additional community resources, at additional community work things. I feel like there has been an engagement with the community around looking at the cost that this is and where these costs might we have to divert costs from other parts of the county, of the cities to do these programs. And right now, when we're looking at a 40% increase over the last 5 years in the county budgets, and 78% of that goes to employees, and a large percent of the ARPA money went to this CARES campus, and that was money that didn't happen it wasn't able to use an infrastructure in other places while the population was growing. And so I feel like there's been a lot of resources used on this particular issue. And I feel like now what we're seeing is that we're looking at a lot of the community input and wanting to see some more accountability, maybe wanting to see some more progress through these, maybe wanting to see some things where this isn't something that just can be ongoing. And I feel like that was a concern when this first happened. And when you're looking at some of these other jurisdictions that have them, I've been to a lot of these places, and the homeless issue, it's a big issue, and it's an issue that keeps people from going to those jurisdictions. And I think that that's an important point. And so there's a lot I could say, but I'm just going to say a couple things. These happen in high tax jurisdictions almost exclusively. There's a couple jurisdictions like Chattanooga, I was surprised had one. They're veterans only. Has Washoe County looked at other programs? I'm hearing that now they're collaborating with other community resources, and I think everybody appreciates that. How much has been put into these programs? And I think that's a question that's been asked over and over. And I think that's aggregate, including capital costs, not daily counts, not the employees, everything together, all aggregate. Why not actively and collaboratively work with existing and longstanding community resources to engage and collaborate instead of dictate one program type that may not, or likely so, doesn't work for everyone? And so what that means is that we have a lot of engaged community services right now, and good people that have longstanding results and outcomes, and we could use those.
Next up, we have Sky. With documents to distribute. Okay, thank you.
Hi. Oh man, not a good start. Hi, I'm Sky. I live in Reno. I've lived in Reno basically my whole life. I left for a little bit, but I came back. I studied physics at college. That's what I left for. And I want to ask you a physics question to start with, which is, y'all know that gravity is really powerful enough to keep the moon in orbit from 200,000 miles away. Why don't we fall to the center of the Earth when we're walking around? Because the ground's there. The Earth supports us. And we're part of a larger whole. As I was sitting up there watching this long meeting, I was noticing that even though the room is sloped, we're all on the same level here. And Councilmember Taylor, in terms of what could the reason for existence of the CHAB be, I would posit that it's for you all in your roles, your elected roles, to learn from us, the community. We all have our different perspectives, but I imagine that your schedules are full of meetings with different people and fundraisers and strategy meetings and things like that. And so my question is, where is your perspective coming from? Who are you meeting? Descend and come down to the people who are walking on the ground. We have answers. We have imagination. And I don't mean just a verbal imagination of like a future that's good for small businesses, but what does that look like? When you close your eyes, can you imagine it? And it's okay if you can't. And if you can't, reach out to people who can. There are people in the community who are working on short-term answers with a long-term, broad vision. We can't keep doing the same things. Come to us, talk to us. And Commissioner, whoa, that was way closer than I thought. Commissioner Clark, I love the idea, now I'm much louder, of what you asked, who is on this community board? You're all elected officials. You're all above the age of 20, I'm sure. We're the young people. We're the people with experience with homelessness. We're the not white people. This looks like a family gathering of mine. I wouldn't trust my family to run the city of Reno and solve homelessness. Homelessness is not a problem like that. It's a racist problem. Yeah, and I think with my last 15 seconds, I just want to say that there are people who are doing great work. There are people who are actually getting paid to be invested in people's lives. You know, giving them rights to the DMV, to the SNAP office, stuff like that. We need programs like that. We need you to listen to us. We need you to descend.
Next up, we have Emily Illies.
Awesome. Thank you, commissioners. I'm sure many of you are excited to see me up here again. I wanted to answer some questions that came up about the 2024 and pit count. So I have already made it known that I was pushed out of my position at the county because of COC coordinator Katrina Peters and her relentless bullying, which is pretty well known, really well documented, and I am certainly not the only one who's had to deal with it.
This is a personal attack, and pursuant to NRS 241.031, the meeting has not been noticed, not been notified in terms of the character and competence of one of our employees and a county official. So this is an appropriate comment.
Okay, well, let me make an appropriate one. It is inappropriate to have abusers running our programs. And I see the security officer here who probably wants to escort me out, but this is an issue that I will not keep quiet about because you have abusers on your payroll. Dignity housing means that we have housing projects run by people who don't hurt other people on purpose and have a track record of doing so. Get it together. Act like the adults that you are and make the hard decisions.
Next up, we have Lily Buran.
Sorry, I know I had so much time. I just wanted to take a walk down memory lane because this board's almost entirely different from before. Quickly, the pit count. It used to be a community-wide pit count, and that was the most accurate number that we got. Unfortunately, it got us a lot of negative press because that's where we got the 800% increase in homelessness number. Then it was turned to only government agencies, and the community was asked not to be involved. Now, the pit count had looked like, not last year because we didn't do it, yikes. It looks like rolling up to someone's tent at 4 a.m, sirens going at, people are baseline $75,000 a year per officer, to rattle someone's tent and say, hey, who's in there? That's not care. That doesn't build civic trust. That doesn't work. But I have a feeling that if we did the pit count again, all of us same people who were involved and did it for free, who know where people are staying, who deliver them aid out of, the idea of community care, would happily do that for free again and engage with other staff to be able to get an accurate pit count. You need that number because you need to know if the things that you're doing are working. You need to know if you are actually eradicating homelessness, if you're eradicating it by 8 people, by 200 people, by whatever, what is working. You have to know that, or else what are we doing here? Also, the incentive to end homelessness is not really there when you are getting paid $300,000 or more a year. So maybe we should look at salaries. I personally would not be able to accept a salary of that amount working with the population that I serve. I don't think that's appropriate. So maybe the person should have more incentive other than a salary. And furniture and office, one of the most expensive office buildings, that's where a lot of that money went. Also, with that ARPA funds, we could have given $23,000 to each person experiencing homelessness, and a lot of them would have left, and we chose not to do that. We also spent $2 million having John DeCarmine come here, who's a lovely gentleman, who said every single thing we've been saying for years to you for free. Come here. So that's where some of that money is going. It's going with, as Guy so beautifully put, not just speaking with community members about things we already know. Also, just in case everyone has not, you do have public housing, but you're using Siegel Suites. And Siegel Suites is $1,600 a month. Many of those people are families. There's a hot plate. It's a studio. Five kids and 3 kid families. I feed many of them in the morning breakfast and help them with their homework. Lunch and dinner as well. And it would really behoove you to look into the federal investigation that was done on Siegel and the unfair housing practices and the fact that The public housing money that you had, you're giving to Siegel for exorbitant rent for people that, that's not even close to 60 to 80% AMI. $500 a week they must give, and then they're done. So
That's everybody in chambers. We'll go to the Zoom conversation now with Jay Colbert Clausell.
Hello, Jay Colbert Clausell for the record. To spell it, JayKolB as in boy, ET-CLAUSELL. First, a little about what CHW training is. To register, you'll go to caseplan.org, CASEPLAN.org. It's a 40-hour training that usually costs about $1,000 to complete. And so this really is me trying to branch out and make that as accessible as possible. With all the federal changes, I do not have funding to provide this training to Reno community members. I mostly teach in Carson City, but I'll be doing that class here. Students will be able to complete the class remotely by attending 8 live sessions. So it's a 40-hour training to prepare you to become a certified community health worker in Nevada, covering the skills needed to support individuals and families in accessing health services, making healthy lifestyle choices, and following through with care recommended by doctors and other licensed professionals. Community health workers also improve services by having real conversations with providers on how they can make their services more competent and easier to access. The course follows nationally recognized C3 Council standards and is designed for people who want to make a difference in their communities. No previous healthcare experience is required. Community health workers are in demand across a variety of settings, including clinics, public health programs, schools, and justice system services. They're also recognized by Medicaid and Medicare and other agencies, and those are reimbursable services that I'm so happy to hear our local leaders are finally getting involved with. It is more work. You have to do more documentation. You have to know what you're doing and actually follow up with people so that you aren't committing Medicaid fraud, but it's worth it, and it's going to be a better service. But secondly, I'm going to break my own public comment rule, and I'm going to talk about something different too. This board is way older than the twinkle in someone's eye that created the CARES campus. The old rotating CHAB schedule meant that each jurisdiction would take turns hosting this meeting. The meeting information was never in a consistent posting location, so restructuring could look at addressing that. And I think that like this one, as far as I can tell, it's not being live streamed on YouTube also. So it did have some accessibility issues. Finding this meeting, a lot of the web links were broken. So I actually went to a local blogger, Alicia Barber, to get the link to this meeting. And so there's I guess a level of professionalism that I hope we're willing to explore going forward, and that we would.
Next up on Zoom is Matthew Wilkie.
Very good, almost evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Matthew Wilkie for the record. I was in chambers earlier and had to leave. I did notice as I left, and thank you to the previous speaker, and what I wanted to mention to you is in all previous CHAB meetings, all of these have been streaming on your guys' YouTube, and that is not doing so. So I'm just curious as to how, for public accessibility, how the community is going to be able to watch this meeting back that weren't able to be in chambers, like myself and others. So that's, for accessibility, I'm curious as to why it was not streamed. The county and all you all knew this was going to be a very popular meeting. So not being prepared is kind of worrisome and kind of concerning to me. So that's what I have for you. And thank you all for sitting through a very long meeting. Thank you for your time.
Next up on Zoom, we have Dora Lee Martinez.
Hey, Chair Clark and Vice Chair Hill and members of the committee, thank you. This is Dora Lee Martinez. Sir Clark, I just want to let the people who presented to be aware that the dashboard for available beds are not accessible to screen readers, people who are visually impaired or ASL users. So if they could make it accessible, which is under the Americans with Disability Act, Title II, and because they receive taxpayers, money, and then also those that who are nonprofit, it also falls on Title III of Americans with Disability Act. So that way, as you may have heard, some folks are reluctant to go to the officials to get help, so they come to me. I'm visually impaired, active member of the community, and I travel the bus. I walk everywhere with my service dog. So they approach me and ask for help, and I do help them. But when I go to these websites and the resources, and when they are not accessible, it's burdensome to me. So if you all could make them accessible to everyone's ability, that would be really wonderful, and I could help connect peers to the resources that you guys provide. And I thank you. And the person to contact and to help you out is Scott Youngs at the University of Nevada, Reno. Go Pack. Thank you. Have a good night.
There's nobody else signed in.
Any other comments from any of the members? The meeting is adjourned at 4:58.